Unisma Malang merupakan institusi pendidikan yang menawarkan pendidikan berkualitas dengan lingkungan belajar yang dinamis. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang memiliki 3 program studi, yakni program studi S-1 Manajemen, S-1 Akuntansi, dan S-1 Perbankan Syariah dengan status Terakreditasi A dari BANPT. Untuk mendukung akademis mahasiswa FEB, Unisma menyediakan berbagai macam pendukung untuk mempersiapkan mahasiswa menghadapi dunia yang sesungguhnya. Pendidikan akademik di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang secara umum bertujuan untuk menyiapkan peserta didik untuk menjadi anggota masyarakat yang memiliki kemampuan akademik dalam menerapkan, mengembangkan, dan atau memperkaya khasanah ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan atau kesenian, serta menyebarluaskan dan mengupayakan penggunaannya untuk meningkatkan taraf kehidupan masyarakat dan memperkaya kebudayaan nasional.
Kami mahasiswa Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis kreatif, mandiri, dan profesional.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang didirikan pada tanggal 11 Juni tahun 1981. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang didirikan dengan tujuan menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten di bidang akuntansi, manajemen, dan perbankan syariah dengan landasan akhlakul karimah berhaluan ahli sunnah wal jamaah. Maju bersama membangun ekonomi bangsa dari FEB Unisma untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Visi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang adalah Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Islam Malang berdiri pada tanggal 11 Juni 1981 atas prakarsa beberapa tokoh pendidikan dan para ulama di Malang. Pendirian ini dimaksudkan untuk ikut berpartisipasi dalam mensukseskan pembangunan nasional. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang memiliki fasilitas yang memadai dalam menunjang suasana akademik yang kondusif. Perpustakaan terpadu Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang bertujuan untuk menyediakan informasi ilmu pengetahuan, khususnya bidang akuntansi, manajemen, ekonomi, dan
selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Rektor Universitas Islam Malang beserta pengurus yayasan Unisma dan juga Ibu Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, para undangan, hadirin, para peserta partisipan International Conference Economic, Business and Social Science. Kami persilahkan menempati tempat yang telah disediakan. Sebentar lagi kita akan mulai opening ceremony pada kegiatan konferensi di pagi hari ini. Kami mengimbau mengingatkan kepada para hadirin yang mengikuti acara ini dengan luring untuk tetap menjaga protokol kesehatan, memakai masker, menjaga jarak, dan tetap menjaga kebersihan.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang memiliki fasilitas yang memadai dalam menunjang suasana akademik yang kondusif. Di samping kebutuhan akademik, Universitas
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, perlu diketahui bahwa kegiatan pada pagi hari ini, the third International Conference on Economic, Business, and Social Science, akan ada beberapa speakers. Yang pertama adalah Associate Professor Elvira Sojli from Australia. Second, Professor Thomas Semenur from United States. Second, Associate Professor Andy Kim from South Korea. And the last, Professor Vikas Agrawal from United States. Kami persilahkan Bapak Ibu yang baru hadir untuk berkenan menuju tempat yang telah disediakan dan menempati tempat yang telah disediakan, menikmati hidangan yang telah disediakan oleh panitia. Acara pada pagi hari ini diselenggarakan oleh FEB Unisma dan juga beberapa co-host, yaitu Jakarta State University, Faculty of Administrative Science of University of Islam Malang, the third Islamic University of Lamongan, the fourth University of Islam Sultan Syarif Ali Brunei Darussalam, the fifth Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies Uzbekistan, the sixth Raja Mangala University of Technology Krungthep, Thailand.
Without heart in your head, you're right, but in my head, you are the bad. I wanna show to the world that you're the bad one. You was being bad. That use all my love, use all my time, use all my heart. You begging me to come up with you. I don't know, I'm fine without you. You begging me to come up with you.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, acara akan segera kita mulai. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third International Conference on Economic, Business, and Social Sciences.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy Indonesian traditional dance, which performed by students of FEB Unisma.
Welcome to Jawa Plankton.
Okay, please give a big applause for the performance. The honorable audience, let's watch the profile of Economic and Business Faculty, University of Islam Malang. It has been becoming one of the best faculty in Unisma. For your information, FEB Unisma started in international class program and global civilization. Okay, after this we can see how FEB Unisma has grown from year to year. Okay, let's watch this profile from FEB Unisma.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang memiliki fasilitas yang memadai dalam menunjang suasana akademik yang kondusif. Perpustakaan terpadu Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang bertujuan untuk menyediakan informasi ilmu pengetahuan, khususnya bidang akuntansi, manajemen, ekonomi, dan bidang ilmu lainnya yang menunjang proses kegiatan belajar melalui pemanfaatan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi informasi. Galeri investasi yang bersaham bagi mahasiswa dan mahasiswi merupakan bukti nyata dari perwujudan keseimbangan teori dan praktek tersebut. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang juga telah bekerja sama dengan TICMI guna membekali lulusannya untuk memiliki sertifikasi keahlian di bidang pasar modal. Untuk memenuhi tuntutan kebutuhan profesi akuntan publik, FEB Unisma telah bekerja sama dengan IAPI Pusat untuk membuka CPA Test Center. CPA Test Center ini merupakan wadah dan mempermudah sarjana akuntansi untuk mengikuti ujian sertifikasi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang memiliki fasilitas yang memadai dalam menunjang suasana akademik yang kondusif. Di samping kebutuhan akademik, Universitas Islam Malang juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana penunjang yang lengkap dan megah.
Kreativitas
tanpa batas.
Smart, creativity, and innovation.
Smart, creativity, inovasi.
Selamat datang mahasiswa baru 2020 Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Unisma. Maju bersama membangun ekonomi bangsa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umurid dunya waddin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du.
His Excellency Director of University of Islam Malang, Professor Dr. Haji Maskuri Bakri, MSc, the Honorable the Dean of Economics and Business Faculty, University of Islam Malang, Ms. Nurdiana, SA MSE, and the honorable distinguished speakers of this international conference.
Professor Thomas Chemenur, Carroll School of Management, Boston University, United States.
Professor Vikas Agarwal, J. Robinson College, Georgia University, USA.
Professor Andy Kim, SKK Business School, Sangkyun Kwan University, South Korea.
Professor Elvira Sojli, Business School, University of New South Wales, Australia. The speakers, participants, and audience from various countries around the world. It include United States,
South Korea,
Australia,
Brunei Darussalam,
Japan,
Thailand,
China,
Uzbekistan,
Indonesia,
Brazil,
Malaysia. All praises to Allah who has given us His mercy and blessing so that we can conduct this international conference today. Shalawat and salam may always belong to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the inspiration of humanity, the most influential people in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's open this opening ceremony of great conference today by reciting Al-Fatiha together. Ala ma nawa salafana salihin, Al-Fatiha.
The honorable audience, the next is singing Indonesia's national anthem and March Chubanul Wathon. For all audience, please stand up.
Jangan halangkan nasibmu. Bangkitlah hai bangsaku, usaplah hati wahai tanah airku, cintamu dalam imanku, jangan halangkan nasibmu. Bangkitlah hai bangsaku, Indonesia negeriku, engkau panji martabatku. Siapa datang mengancammu, kan binasa di bawah tulimu. Siapa datang mengancammu, kan binasa di bawah tulimu.
Ladies and gentlemen are allowed to have a seat.
The honorable audiences, to express our love to the Prophet Muhammad SAW, let's recite Salawat Nuril Anwar. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Nuril Anwar وسير الأسرار وبك الأغيار ومفتاح باب اليسار سيدنا ومولانا محمد المختار وآله الأطهار وأصحابه الأخيار عدد نعم الله وإفضاله عدد نعم الله وإفضاله. Thank you.
The honorable audiences, the next will be welcoming speech from the Dean of Economics and Business Faculty, University of Islam Malang, Ms. Nurdiana, SA MSc. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Rector Universitas Islam Malang, Profesor Dr. Maskuri MSI. The Honorable Unisma Foundation. The Honorable Keynote Speaker of the Third International Conference on Economic, Business and Social Sciences, Professor Thomas Cemanur from Carroll School of Management, Boston College, USA, Professor Viskas Agarwal from J. Mac Robinson College Business, Georgia State University, USA, Associate Professor Andy Kim from SKK Business School, Sungyung-wan University, Seoul, South Korea, Associate Professor Elvira Sojli from University of New South Wales, Australia, the Honorable Vice Rector, Universitas Islam Malang, the Honorable Dean, Vice Dean, Head of Department, the Honorable Presenter Participant, and invitees. Alhamdulillah, we are grateful for the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving His grace so that the Third International Conference on Economic, Business and Social Sciences at Fakultas Ekonomi and Business Universitas Islam Malang can be carried out successfully. We are delighted to welcome you to this online conference The purpose of this conference is to bring together researchers and practitioners all over the world to share new idea and present latest development in the theoretical and practical area of economic, business, and social sciences. This year conference bring together participants from USA, Australia, South Korea, Brazil, Malaysia, Uzbekistan, Brunei, Darussalam, China, Thailand, Japan, and Indonesia to discuss the latest issue. We are honored to have the distinguished keynote speaker in the conference, Professor Thomas Jemanur, Boston College, USA, Professor Vikas Agarwal, Georgia State University, USA, Associate Professor Andi Kirim, Sungyungwan University, South Korea, and Associate Professor Elvira Sojli, University of New South Wales, Australia. We are so grateful to the speaker. We are hoping that all participants of the conference to take time not only for paper presentation, but also to actively engage one another and to take this opportunity to further develop your professional link. The conference will not be possible to be organized without the dedicated effort of many individuals who have contributed to the various processes that make up this event. For their dedication, we sincerely convey our appreciation. Our sincere gratitude also goes to our institution partner, Manajemen Study Program, Fakultas of Ekonomi Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Fakultas Ekonomi and Bisnis Universitas Islam Lamongan, Raja Manggala University of Technology Krungtep, Thailand, University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, Unissa, Brunei, Darussalam, Fakultas of Administration Science, Universitas Islam Malang, and Tashkent State University of Oriental Study, Uzbekistan, that profit their support in the conference. Enjoy the fruitful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much and give a big applause for the outstanding welcoming speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will listen together the opening speech from Rector of University of Islam Malang and will officially open this conference. For Professor Dr. Haji Maskuri Bakri, MSE, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa syukrulillah, ala nikmatillah, wala hawla wala quwata illa billah. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Respectable keynote speakers of the third International Conference on Economics, Business, and Social Sciences, Professor Thomas Jemanur from Carroll School of Management, Boston College, USA, Professor Vikas a graduate from James Robinson College of Business, Georgia State University, USA. Associate Professor Andy Kim from SKK Business School, Sung Kyun Kwan, University Seoul, Korea. Associate Professor Elvira Solji from University of New South Wales, Australia. Respectable Ms. Nurdiana S.A. MSE, Dean of Fakultas Ekonomi and Business of Unisma Malang, the Conference Committee, Administrators, faculty members, and all participants of the third ICEBUSS 2021. On behalf of Universitas Islam Malang, I am very happy to welcome our keynote speaker from USA, Australia, and South Korea. Welcome to Unisma Malang. Unisma Malang has been growing to strengthen and develop its national and international collaboration and reputation through excellent services, achievements, and joint international program. Our motto is from Nahdlatul Ulama for Indonesia in World Civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, Unisma Malang is now in the milestone of a research university, and we have been developing our entrepreneurial university milestone. In this freedom of learning era, Unisma Malang focuses on outcome-based entrepreneur courses, student intensive in industrial sectors, startup establishment for final year student and alumni, development of student networking and leadership, and development of creative house program as the embryo of student business creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference is very important for us to share state of the art in economics, business, and social sciences. It is also an excellent moment for us to develop our networking and collaboration with scholars across the nation and globe. On behalf of Unisma Malang, I would like to deliver my appreciation to the organizing committee from the Faculty of Economic and Business of Unisma Malang, as the host who has prepared, organized, and conducted this third ICEBUSS 2021 successfully. My appreciation also goes to the co-hosts from Indonesia, Brunei, Darussalam, Thailand, and Uzbekistan, who have participated in this international event. In this pandemic situation, even though we conduct this international conference online, not in a face-to-face mode, we strongly believe that it will not hinder our innovation and creativity from developing our economy and from advancing social science and technology for a better and more harmonious life of all human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can participate in all the conference program and benefit from them for your personal and professional development purpose. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this third international conference ICEBUSS 2021 Faculty of Economic and Business of Unisma Malang. Wal-afu minkum, wallahul muwaffiq ila thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, and we invite the Rector of Unisma and the Solicitor of Unisma Foundations And the fourth, Vice Rector, the Dean of FEB, and the Dean of Administrative Science to hit the gong as the symbol of the opening of this conference. Please come forward.
Let's give a big applause for the opening of International Conference on Business, Economics, and Social Sciences. This conference is started since 2018, 2019, and now 2021. With the great speakers, with the 4 keynote speakers from USA, Australia, and South Korea.
Okay, the next is giving appreciations and proceedings of the conference. From the first will be from the Dean to the Rector of Unisma. Okay, and the next is from host, FEB Unisma to co-host.
The co-host is a representative from Faculty of Administrative Science.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many co-hosts here. The first is Administrative Science Faculty.
And the next is from the State University of Jakarta, Indonesia.
Islamic University of Lamongan, Indonesia.
University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, Unissa, Brunei, Darussalam.
Raja Magala University of Technology, Krungthep, Thailand.
Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, Uzbekistan.
Okay, the next is taking picture. Okay, thank you. From the Rector and the Dean and also the Director of Unisma Foundations, please, you may come back to your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we coming to the next sessions, I'm gonna inform you about the following sessions in this international conference. After this, we will directly join the first plenary sessions, which takes about 90 minutes. And after that, every participants and speakers will join parallel sessions, which divide you into some rooms. The duration for these sections is around 2 hours. And after that, we have a break. Okay, in the break sessions, everyone can have a lunch and pray for Jum'ah. After the break, at 1 to 2:30 p.m., the duration is the same, is 1.5 hours. Every participants, speakers should join the second plenary session. The first plenary sessions, the keynote speakers will be Professor Thomas Chemener from the Carroll School of Management, Boston University, USA. And the second will be delivered by Professor Vikas Agrawal from J. Mac Robinson College, University, Georgia University, United States of America. In this session, the moderator will be Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah, MA, the head of Office of International Affairs, University of Islam Malang, and will be accompanied by the co-moderator, Ms. Rahmawati, SA, MBA, one of the lecturer of International Department.
Bapak Ibu hadirin, para partisipan dan juga para undangan, perlu kami informasikan bahwa tadi adalah rangkaian acara pembukaan konferensi pada pagi hari ini yang dilanjutkan sebentar lagi, yaitu plenary yang pertama, memakan waktu sekitar 90 menit. Dilanjutkan dengan parallel sessions yang akan nanti dimulai pukul 9.30 atau pukul 10.00, yang nantinya Anda akan dibagi menjadi beberapa room. Waktu ini memakan sekitar 2 jam. Yang dilanjutkan nanti ada isoma atau istirahat sekitar 1 jam, mulai dari pukul 12.00 sampai 1.00. Dan jangan lupa nanti plenary session yang kedua akan dilaksanakan pukul 1 tepat waktu Indonesia Barat, dan nanti akan diakhiri dengan penutupan yang akan diinformasikan best paper dan juga best oral presenter. Oleh karenanya, mohon Bapak Ibu bisa mengikuti dengan seksama. Jika ada hal yang perlu ditanyakan, silahkan menghubungi panitia.
Well, so after the break, don't forget to join the room on time at 1 p.m. because there will be outstanding keynote speakers. Those are the first Professor Andy Kim from SKK Business School, Song Kwan Kuen University, South Korea, and Professor Elvira Sojli from Business School, University of South Wales, Australia.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see together and enjoy the first plenary sessions. Please, moderator Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah and co-moderator Ms. Rahmawati SA MBA, stage is yours.
Please give a big applause for the moderator and two moderators and for the two keynote speakers.
On economics, business, and social sciences. This is a very important event because the participant is not only from Asia, but also from South America, from Japan, from Korea, from Australia, from Uzbekistan, from Brunei, Darussalam, from Malaysia, and across Indonesia. This is a very important event for us to share state of the art in the area of economics, business and social sciences, and also the opportunity for us to develop our international networking with our partners across Indonesia and across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, as already mentioned by the Master of Ceremony this morning, with me is Ibu Rahma. She is the faculty member from the Faculty of Economic and Business. She will be with me, of course, to discuss together about two very important topics that will be delivered our distinguished speakers, which have a very international reputation in the area of entrepreneurship, finance, and business. As already mentioned by the Master of Ceremony, there are two keynote speakers. Number one is from Boston College, who has a very extensive experience in the area of publication and research, especially on the area of entrepreneurial finance and future research. First, we will have Professor Thomas Chemanur from Carroll School of Management, Boston College, United States of America. Of course, most of you know him already, but before he going to deliver his keynote speech with the title Entrepreneurial Finance, an Introduction and Agenda for Future Research. Professor Chemanur is currently a professor in the Carroll School of Management, Boston College. Before he joined Boston College, he was a professor of finance at the School of Business, Columbia University, United States of America. And also he has taught at the Sloan School of Management, MIT, as well as at the School of Business, New York University, and Fuqua School of Business, Duke University, United States of America. His research of interest focusing on the theoretical and empirical corporate finance, theoretical and empirical entrepreneurial finance and innovation, contract theory, and topics in applied game theory. Professor Chemanur has published many articles, and he also have organized several top conferences on various topics in finance, including the Conference on Entrepreneurial Finance and Innovation around the world, sponsored by the Review of Financial Studies in Beijing in June 2015. He also has served on the program committee of many national and international finance conferences, such as Western Finance Association meetings and the European Finance Association meetings for several years. And his research has been presented at many international conferences and supported by grants from several national and international bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, because we have a very limited time, I would like to give the opportunity for Professor Thomas Chemanur from Boston College, United States of America, to deliver his plenary presentation for about 30 minutes. And then after that, I will invite our second keynote speaker, Professor Vikas Agarawal from Georgia State University, United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Professor Thomas Chemanur with a round of applause. Professor Chemanur. Professor Chemanur, time is yours. Yes, we can see your screen.
Hi, I'm Thomas Chemanur.
Yes, we can see your screen and then we can also listen to your voice. Yes, we can hear your voice.
Halo.
I'm so sorry, Professor Chimanur, we have technological problem, and then we are still in the process of solving the technical problem. But if you can hear our voice, we can actually start the presentation. Can you hear our voice, Professor Thomas Chimanur? Mohon bantuan tim jaringan internet, bisa ke sini.
Layang tulur restu kanggo Riko sing ana nang Atinison.
Check, can audience listen our voice? Check, Professor Thomas, can you listen our voice? Can you hear our voice? Koneksinya, internet connection.
Halo, cek, cek. Oke, sudah. Oke. Sudah Pak Imam? Oke, cek, cek. I apologize for the inconvenience. We have some trouble with our connection. Okay, we can now turn to the next agenda.
Prof. Cemanur, we can start your presentation. Sorry for the technical problem. Pak Harun bisa dijadikan co-host saya? Co-host. Professor Cemanur, we can start your presentation if you are ready. Professor Cemanur, can you hear our voice? Koneksi multimedia saya mati lagi, Mas. Pak Harun, saya berhasil login via HP. Mohon di-admit. di Zoom? Pak Arun dengar suara saya di Zoom? Dengar, oke, kita mulai ya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry because the technical problem, but even though we have a little problem, but we can still continue our presentation. Professor Thomas, sorry, are you still there? Professor Thomas, are you still there? Suaranya Pak Arun belum masuk. Cek. Bisa didengar? Nggak ada suaranya tadi nggak ada. Kalau suara saya masuk tadi. Suaranya Pak Arun nggak masuk. Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Halo 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Halo 1 2 3. Halo 1 2 3. Halo 1 2 3. Prof. C. Manur, can you still hear our voice? If you can hear our voice, you can say yes.
Ya.
Cek, tes. Cek. Masuk. Suara ini bisa didengar oleh peserta? Audiens? Ini yang lama. Suara ini bisa didengar oleh audiens? Untuk Prof. Thomas, can you hear me? Ini masih link yang lama. Ini masih yang
saya. Bisa dengar suara saya? Halo, bisa dengar suara saya? Pak Khalid bisa dengar suara saya? Saya dengar suaranya Pak Khalid.
Iya, bisa.
Saya dengar suaranya Pak Khalid. Saya dengar suaranya Pak Khalid.
Udah mah.
cek, cek, tes, 1. Suara bisa didengar?
Masuk Mas lagi.
Oke, kita tunggu untuk
Masuk.
Suara saya bisa didengar ya?
Masuk Bu Rama.
Dan para audiens.
Ini zoomnya tadi itu akhirnya bikin baru.
Bisa ya? Bisa didengar ya Bapak Ibu ya? Bu Rama masih mute ya? Oke. Bu Rama coba Bu Rama. Belum. Kalau suara saya dengar? Suara saya dengar? Dengar? Oh iya, suaranya Bu Rahma belum? Belum masuk? Belum, masih belum masuk Bu Rahma.
Nama saya masih ini.
Bu Dwiyani bisa dengar suara saya?
Bisa, Pak.
Oh, oke. Gibun, sudah sambung, sudah bisa berarti.
Udah pakai kacamata. Gak enak. Bang, aku coba.
Aku kepingin soal
Oh ini. Aditya. Saya.
Ah, ini sama. Udah masuk semua UNC.
Situ agak belakang, Mbak.
Bapak Ibu mohon maaf karena untuk pengaturan setting sementara saya mute terlebih dahulu. I will mute all of the participants for the purpose of setting the technical procedure for our Zoom meeting. I do really apologize for the inconvenience, but we will start our plenary session soon in a couple of minutes. While waiting for the keynote speakers joining our Zoom meeting platform. Belum.
So based in Silicon Valley, California, Arthur Rock, that was basically one guy, was an early investor in major firms such as Apple Computer, Intel, Scientific Data Systems, Teledyne. They are all now very big firms. So he started his career in the corporate finance department of a firm, Hair and Stone Company, and then he was helping to raise a high technology company. He was on the board when he fired Steve Jobs. So Steve Jobs, a very famous founder of Apple, was fired by the venture capitalist. Okay, but of course, typically VC funding is very scarce. Only 2 to 3% of requests for VC funding receive finance. Okay, so you have also corporate venture capital, which refers to the venture capital subsidiary of some corporations. Example, Intel, that invest in entrepreneurial firms. So they used to be only a small part of the VC industry, but now they are growing a lot. So what is a corporate venture capital? Let's think of a firm like GM. General Motors used to be one of the largest car manufacturers in the world. Most of the auto manufacturers are now trying to make electric cars. So GM has a unit which is investing in battery technology. So they started a corporate venture capital, and they investing in battery technology, engine technology, and so on. So I'm getting a little bit of an echo. Okay, so the GM is okay. Okay, so GM Venture is one example of emerging. Is one example of an emerging CVC phenomenon. It's 20% of the VC. Now CVCs are 20% of the VC industry. They are having a fast growth. Okay, so the third source of private equity funding is angel financing. Okay, angel financing refers to significant investments in startup firms by rich individuals. Angels are thus high net worth individuals and families who wish to invest in private firms. So Paul Allen, co-founder of Microsoft, along with Bill Gates, is one famous angel investor. Okay, so typically angel net worth is over 1 million, and some angels have a so I don't know whether I can go like this because I have an echo. Okay, can somebody fix that a little bit? There's an echo in my speech. Okay, so with entrepreneurs in the industry and so on, they are called sophisticated angels, and others are called unsophisticated angels. Others are unsophisticated angels. Okay, so recently many angel investors have formed angel networks to invest together in young firms. So again,
yes, Professor Thomas, we can.
however, the aggregate investments from the source. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you just clarify? Because I'm getting an echo. Yes, you can hear me without any problem? Yes? Okay, so aggregate investments from the source in the US is much larger, twice as much as from venture firms. Because and private firms typically receive several rounds of private equity financing. So different rounds may come from the same source or from different sources. or from different sources, right? Some firms may start as angel finance the first round, then switch to predominantly VC financing in subsequent rounds. So more rarely, some firms start as VC finance the earlier rounds, but switch to angel financing. So they may go from angel to VC or VC to angel over multiple rounds. Okay. So let me skip that in the interest of time. And what I want to do is to give you a little bit of an overview of angel financing, especially my own research. Okay. So if you look at the research in venture capital and angel financing, there is considerable research on venture capital financing based in the US. So some research shows that venture capital funding makes firms more efficient through various channels. Cost cutting, helping to hire better employees at various levels, helping to increase sales, etc. For example, I have a paper published in the Review of Financial Studies, which actually analyzes that. There is also considerable research showing that venture capital firms, especially corporate venture capital firms, help to nurture innovation by entrepreneurial firms. Okay, so another paper published in 2014. All these papers are on my website. Those of you who are interested in this. Again, there is some research analyzing international venture capital. So I have a paper, for example, looking at 50 countries, because now the venture capital industry has progressed internationally. So I have a paper published in the Journal of Business Venturing, where we look at how international local venture capitalists together fund entrepreneurial firms. Okay. So in the context of single countries, there is some research in China. China has now become the second largest venture capital country after the US. So I have a paper forthcoming on Chinese venture capitalists. Okay. But there has been very little research on angel financing, even in the US context, mainly because of data limitations. So whatever research exists is mostly based on survey data. That is based on questionnaires sent to various parties, not actual large sample empirical evidence. So let me give you an example of a research on angel financing. So there is a paper, for example, by Datta and Folta. It's a Journal of Business Venturing 2016. They look at how do angel groups and venture capitalists differ in their relative contribution to firm innovation and successful exit. So they look at only 350 technology ventures from the Angel Investment Performance Project of the Kaufman Foundation. So they look at only 350 ventures, okay? Collected 2007 from 539 investors. So what is the main finding from this survey evidence? They find that VCs and angel groups contribute equally to innovation rates. So what is the idea? That is, if venture capital and angel fund different types of firms, what is the innovation outcome? Innovation means patents and so on of these different firms. So what they find is that venture capitalists and angels contribute equally, but there are no marginal benefits of receiving VC or angel if one group is already funding them. Okay, so that means VC-backed ventures have more impactful innovation and experience faster commercialization rates of innovations. So VC-backed ventures exit through IPO or third-party acquisition in a shorter time after investment. But the important thing is that these are all based on just small sample survey. So what I'm going to present you today, the main paper I want to present, is a working paper, it's a very new paper where we analyze 3 important research questions. Okay. 1, which intermediary, VC or angel, is better at adding value to entrepreneurial firms? That's the first question we are going to analyze. Okay. So, right, that's the first question. Second, are venture capitalists and angels complements or substitutes? In other words, does an entrepreneurial firm having angel financing in the first round make it more or less likely for that firm to receive VC financing in the next round? And third, does the financing path, that means a firm starting as angel, then going to VC or vice versa, does it affect the successful outcome? Okay, these are 3 questions I'm going to address. So we use a bunch of different databases. So the idea is that because we are the first paper, we look at many different databases, very hard data collection job to answer these questions. So we're going to look at 4 outcome variables. The probability of successful exit, which is standard in this literature, IPO or acquisition, the extent of innovation output, okay, and also sales and employment growth by the private firms. So let me get, without further ado, to some of the analysis. So here we are looking at what is the question we are asking. So Suharman or somebody will circulate the slides because I'm having some technical difficulty. I won't spend a lot of time. Those of you who are interested can read the PDF copy of the slides. I'm going to be very brief today. So one thing we are looking at is which one is there. If you have more angel funding or more VC funding, which kind of firm have a higher chance of successful exit? Okay, that's what I'm going to ask here. Okay, and the answer is that if you have a VC funding, you are more likely to have successful exit. Okay, so that's what I'm showing in this table. Again, you can look at more details later. If you look at the first line, we look at the first round angel funding. So we can find that if you have more angel funding, you are less likely to be able to have a successful exit. Similarly, we look at patents, innovation subsequent years, or citations, which is a measure of the quality of the patent. But the important point is that when you have more angel funding, you are less successful, either it is producing innovation or having successful exit, or the quality of the patents, you are less successful if you have angel funding rather than VC. So VCs are better at creating value than angel. Here I'm looking at the sales growth and employment growth. Okay. So again, here we are looking at if you are an angel finance firm, that first round angel percentage means if you're an angel finance firm, your sales growth is less. Similarly, your employment growth is less. So it looks like what we are showing is that venture capital funding, they contribute more value than angel finance. That's what I'm showing here. So that's kind of, I think I finished that. Let me skip the identification strategy and let me go to some other findings here. So one is are VCs and angels complements or substitutes for startup firms? What does that mean? Suppose you start with the venture capital funding, okay? Are you more likely to get VC funding in the next round? Or if you start with angel funding, are you less likely to get VC funding in the next round? That's what it means by substitutes or complements. So we analyze that. Let me show you VCs and angels, complements or substitutes. So what we find is that the first round venture capital funding is more as a percentage of the total funding. We are only looking at firms that got VC or angel. Sometimes they invest together, but if the fraction of funding from VC is more, then second round, you are more likely to get VC funding. Okay, that's what our first specification is showing. On the other hand, if the first round has just angel, forget about the percentage, presents, then you're more likely to get also VC funding. So it looks like what the angel funding is doing is getting the firm ready for VC investment. Okay. So the summary is that the relationship between venture capital and angels is neither complement nor substitute. It's more complex than that. On the one hand, getting VC funding initially is good. That helps to get subsequent VC funding, but having some angel gets the firm ready for VC financing. The third research question we are looking at is, how does the financing path matter? Okay. So I'm going to look at, for example, initially, first round, if it is angel, next round is angel, is that a better or worse financing path than you get VC funding and continue to receive VC funding throughout the firm's life? Or you start with angel funding, then switch to VC funding, or start with VC funding, then switch to angel funding. So you have four possible paths, right? So which is better in terms of future outcome, in terms of facilitating successful exit? So let me show you at least one table from this. So what we find is that the base case is angel. So what we find is that if you start with a VC and continue, or start with the angel and switch to a VC funding in the next round, that is the best possible outcome. You have a highest chance of successful outcome. Look at the first row in any specification. So you have a higher chance of going public. You have a higher chance of being acquired, or if you have either definition. So if you have a start with an angel funding, but then later you switch to VC financing, that's the best possible outcome. Okay. The others are not significant, but the base case is angel funding. You continue as angel. So the point is that it looks like angels help you to get VC ready, and that leads to very good outcomes. So there are many other research questions that you can look at. For example, the contracting, because typically venture capitalists take convertible preferred financing. But the question I'm asking is that nobody has done it because the data is very hard to get. There'll be an interesting research question. Okay. That is there a difference in contract terms, financial contract, kind of security they buy between VCs and angels, and also the round? That's another important question. So given that we had a lot of technical difficulties, so I'm gonna conclude with some additional questions that you can think it over, and hopefully the conference organizers can circulate the PDF copy of my presentation. So in this paper, I have quickly attempted to introduce you, despite all the technical sounds, I had some echo and everything, to the area of angel financing, and to outline some interesting questions for future research. So there is very little formal empirical research so far in this area, with most research based on survey data. So our paper is one of the first papers to study the relative value addition by angel and VC, whether the substitutes are complements, and how the financing path affects successful outcomes. I know that you guys couldn't completely hear everything and I went very fast, but those of you who are interested in this, doing research in this area, can look at the written version of my remarks. The few empirical research papers published so far in journals, they use US data. In other words, there is almost no evidence outside the US on the efficiency or efficacy of angel finance, meaning how good are they in helping the startup firms. Though there is some interesting data that recently become available in Chinese context. So China is now the second largest venture capital, private equity startup country in the world after the US. So now China also encouraging some angel investment. So I know that most of you are from Indonesia and other countries, emerging market countries. So one question would be, how do you encourage private equity funding in your own countries? Why is that important? I would say that is one of the most important questions. Why is that important? Because that helps to encourage entrepreneurship. And it's now shown based on US evidence that entrepreneurship is a way to increase the GDP of the country. Innovation, manufacturing, so on. So but the most important question I left for the last is, how can you promote venture capital and private equity industry in your respective countries? Indonesia, as well as there may be researchers from other countries in your own countries. What are the costs and benefits of encouraging angel investment in various countries? Okay, so let me give you some lessons we already know. How to encourage angel investment, again, based on the US lessons. One, through the tax code. So many US states allow angel investments to reduce the tax liability for investors. Second, by making it easier for investors to qualify as sophisticated investors. So in the US, only people above a certain wealth level are allowed to invest in private firms. Why? Because they're very risky firms. So they want to protect the Securities and Exchange Commission, the US, they want to protect investors and they don't want them to lose money. So only about, in the US, typically only about $1 million net worth allowed to invest. So you can lower that, lower the threshold and let more people invest. What is the danger of that? So what is the benefit of encouraging more angel investment? You will increase entrepreneurship because the startup firms who get the money, they will take off, they need money. So encouraging angel investors, together there can be many angels that will increase the startup firms in that country. Okay. What are the costs of encouraging angel investors? If you make it easier for people to invest, it's also easier for people to lose money. So if you reduce the threshold of angel investment, many more people can lose money. Okay, so there are costs and benefits of encouraging angel investments by lowering the threshold of the kind of people who will qualify as sophisticated investors. So one of my doctoral students, Jiaji Shu, she has a paper on SSRN. SSRN is worldwide available to everybody. You can search on if you're interested. Have done a comparison of the costs and benefits based on a natural experiment because they reduce the threshold for becoming sophisticated investors in some parts of the US. So she comparing the benefits and costs coming from the change. And what she finds is that the benefits of encouraging angel investment exceed the costs. So it looks like, at least in that context, it's a good idea. Okay. So again, a lot of interesting research questions. I think I'll stop here. I'm happy to take any questions if any of you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to all of you. Can you all hear me? Thank you so much. I recall visiting Indonesia in 2013 and meeting some of you here, and it is a pleasure to again address this audience. Unfortunately, I cannot see all of you, but a very good morning to all of you, and it's my pleasure to share some of the research that I have been doing in the last few years. Because of the limited time, I might not be able to go through everything, but hopefully I will be able to give you a very broad overview of the kind of questions that might be interesting for people who are interested in the area of asset management and portfolio disclosure more broadly. So let me just start off with in a lighter mood. So this cartoon basically shows that how corporate executives view disclosure. So you can see that the stock price is going down, and the manager is asking whose idea it was to give the investors full disclosure. So disclosure is a double-edged sword in some sense. On one hand, you can view that disclosure really helps in improving transparency, but at the same time, it can actually backfire for the firms. So there is a very large literature both in accounting and finance and more broadly in management, which looks at the idea of mandatory disclosure. So today I'm going to focus on mandatory disclosure, which basically means this is a disclosure that is required by the regulator. So of course, firms and mutual funds and asset management firms can disclose voluntarily. But what I'm going to talk about today is going to be any disclosure that is required by the regulator. And I know that, in emerging markets like Indonesia, regulation is important. And so it has been even in developed markets for various reasons. And one of the things that why we need disclosure is we know that from basic finance that there is a separation of ownership and control. And this leads to an issue of information asymmetry between the managers and the shareholders. And we learn that there are all kinds of agency problems, and these can affect the way the resources are allocated in the economy. So the disclosure requirements are a way for the management to communicate information to their investors, which can allow them to monitor the manager and make sure that we have minimal agency problems. So disclosure, as I said, can be made by firms which are listed on the exchange. Of course, private firms, as Professor Chemanur was talking about, are not subject to a lot of disclosure because they are private. But most of the public firms will have to disclose things. And then, of course, there is also a disclosure by institutions which actually invest in these firms. And today, my talk is going to be on what happens when you require these institutions which are investing in the market if you ask them to disclose. Okay, so let me know if there is something which is unclear, and it can if you put it in the chat, I can try to address it. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of the talk. So let me start off, like in economics, we always start with the costs and benefits. So what are the costs when you require these asset management firms to disclose? So suppose you are a mutual fund manager and you have made some investments in the stock market. What happens is when you disclose, other funds can observe what you have been holding, and this can affect your ability to benefit from the information, the private information that you might have. So this is similar to like a competition argument for corporate disclosure. And it can also lead managers to, sometimes when you ask them to disclose, what they will do is they will not disclose the the right information, they may try to distort the information, which can lead to the market being misled or the investors being misled about the true portfolio of fund managers. And then finally, if you ask mutual funds and other asset management companies to disclose, this can also affect corporate investments, because if you require them to disclose, as I will show you, what can happen is it can make the fund manager's horizon shorter, and this can in turn affect the horizon of corporate managers. So there is a spillover effect from the disclosure requirements that you impose on asset management companies, which goes on to the corporations. So of course, these are all costs, but there are also benefits of disclosure. And one of the benefits is that when you require any informed trader to disclose, that information gets incorporated in the prices, and it reduces information asymmetry, which will improve the liquidity of those securities in the market. And we know that better liquidity is good for trading. And so it helps in improving the overall transparency in the market. Also, if you require the fund managers to disclose, their investors can view their portfolio holdings to get an idea of their ability, because you can observe the fund performance, but fund performance is backward looking. But if you look at the portfolio holdings of fund managers, you can observe what type of things they are investing in, and that could give you an idea about their forward-looking performance. At the same time, firms can also benefit from knowing who is holding their stock, because firms also want to know which funds are buying their stock. Are they long-term investors? Are they short-term investors? Because that will help the corporate managers to make better investment and financing decisions. So these are various benefits of disclosure. So ultimately, if you are the regulator, you have to think about the costs and benefits to decide whether how much disclosure is required. And so that's a tough problem to solve, but I will try to talk about some of these costs and benefits based on some of the research that I have done over the years. So there are 4 studies that I will sort of briefly talk about. The first is would be just looking at costs and benefits of disclosure. The second would be looking at how managers respond to this disclosure. And then finally, what are the real effects of this disclosure, which is how the firms, how the corporations would be affected because of the fund managers being required to disclose. So let me start off with the first one, which is on the costs and benefits of portfolio disclosure. So as I mentioned briefly before, that what does the theory tell us? The theory tells us that if you require informed traders to disclose more, then it will reduce the impact of informed trading on prices, because the dealer can also observe what the informed trader is disclosing, and this reduces information asymmetry and it reduces the adverse selection risk, and that can therefore improve the liquidity in the market. At the same time, the market will now learn what type of stocks the fund manager is holding, so they can potentially front run the fund managers. Because if I know that you are holding an Apple stock and you disclose it, other people can observe that and they can basically try to buy the same stock. And if you are trying to build up your position, then you are worse off, because the stock price then starts moving up before you can finish trading. So so in this paper, what we do is we basically try to answer 2 very simple questions. At the end of my talk, I will give all the references. This paper was published in the Journal of Finance, and we basically show that the first question we answer is whether this disclosure affects the stock liquidity, and the second is whether it affects fund performance. So the first one is regarding the improvement or the benefits of the disclosure, while the second one is about the cost of disclosure. And so I'm going to skip this in the interest of time. Let me quickly show that what we find first is that when funds are required to disclose their portfolio more often, so in 2004, there was a regulation in the US which required funds to disclose their portfolio 4 times a year as opposed to 2 times. And what we find is because of this more frequent disclosure, the stock liquidity improves. So this clearly shows that there is some benefit. And you can see that the improvement in the stock liquidity is much higher for mutual funds than compared to other institutions for which there was no change in the disclosure requirement. So the blue bar is for mutual funds and the red one is for the non-mutual funds. And you also can see that this effect is only related to the disclosure which is required by the regulator, the mandatory disclosure. For voluntary disclosure, we don't really see the same type of effect. And then we show that this effect on the stock liquidity is much greater when the mutual funds are informed. Suppose you ask index funds to disclose, we know they are passive investors, they are not really likely to be informed. So we actually also use various measures to split the funds into informed and uninformed, and we show that the effect is there largely for the informed investors. And then finally, the liquidity is improved in those stocks which have greater information asymmetry. So which are the stocks which are greater information asymmetry? The small cap stocks, the small stocks that do not have as many analysts that are covering it, and illiquid stocks. So we find that the benefits are actually in the stocks where we really need that because there is more information asymmetry. And so this is as far as the benefit is concerned. In terms of the cost, we find that the funds which are forced to disclose their portfolio more often, their performance actually goes down. So they do worse after they are required to disclose more often. So the main takeaway from this research, which I wanted to share with all of you, is that disclosure can be good and bad. It is good in the sense that the market learns about the information and there is an overall improvement in the stock liquidity, but it comes at the cost of the drop in the performance of informed traders. So their profits go down, and therefore you need to take into account both the cost and benefits to decide how much disclosure you require. So now let me quickly talk about a few other studies that I have done. Clearly, when you ask the managers to disclose more, they might actually try to avoid disclosing their information. So in another study, what we look at is this other type of disclosure, which is called 13F filings, which are required to be disclosed by all managers who are managing more than $100 million in the equity market. And the regulator here in the US, the SEC, allows these institutions to hide certain positions for which the institution has to request. And you can then hide these positions for up to 1 year. And what we do is we look at these hidden positions, which we call as confidential positions. The standard databases do not really have information about this because they do not really look at these filings. So what we do is we collect information on this, and let me just jump to tell you what the main findings we have. So we find that mainly the hedge funds are the ones who are using this opportunity to not disclose their positions. And we believe that it makes sense because the hedge funds are most active and aggressive group of investors among institutions, and they're perhaps the most skilled in collecting and processing information. So what we find is that these hedge funds tend to hide stocks which are involved in merger arbitrage, or stocks which have small market cap, low analyst coverage. So these are the stocks in which there is more likely to be private information. And also if the fund has to trade it, it will have a lot of price impact. And so therefore, the hedge funds try to take advantage of the confidential treatment to maximize their profits. And then what we do is we look at what is the future performance of these hidden positions. And we show that these hidden positions actually do much better than the ones that are disclosed. So you can see that if you force the fund managers to disclose, then they can try to take advantage of some of these provisions to try and hide their positions. And these positions are then, as I'm showing, are associated with better performance. So if you are trying to understand whether the hedge funds are informed or not, then this is one way you can actually get that information. In another study, what I did is we basically looked at window dressing. What is window dressing? The idea of window dressing is very simple, that if you do not if you're not performing well and you're holding the bad stocks, when you are asked to disclose, you try to show good stocks just before you are asked to show your portfolio. So you try to distort the information by trying to show that you are better than what you are really. And what we show in this study is that fund managers actually engage in, mutual funds engage in window dressing by trying to disclose a portfolio which looks different from what they have held during the quarter. So let me show a very simple thing which will give you the intuition of why you would think window dressing would happen. So here in this picture, you can see that mutual funds have to disclose at the end of each quarter. So you will have a disclosure here, and then let me use a pointer here. So you will have a disclosure at this point, and then you have another disclosure. You will have another portfolio reported at this point. But the regulator gives you up to 60 days to file. So the investors will only see the portfolio at the time of filing date. So what I've shown in this picture is the fund manager might window dress if they did not do well in the quarter. So at the red triangle, somewhere before the end of the quarter, they might try to get rid of their losing stocks and buy the winning stocks, which have done well in this quarter. So you have two managers who might, so at the end of the quarter, the investors will observe the fund performance. So you might see two managers who have done very well. And then when they disclose their portfolio doesn't look very good. So investors are confused about this, and they do not know whether the manager is telling the truth or not. And then what we do is they use this performance between the report date and the filing date to try and break this conflict. And we show that the window dressers who manage to do better during this period get the benefit of doubt, and the ones who do not do well get penalized. So essentially, window dressing is a risky bet, which the fund managers are taking, and they get penalized if they are caught. But if they happen to, by luck, do well during this delay period, then they can avoid the cost. So let me just move on to the last part, which is talking about how this is a paper which was recently published in the Review of Financial Studies, where we look at how the disclosure by fund managers can also affect firms. And the idea here is that if you ask the fund managers to disclose more frequently, then they are worried about their investors seeing their portfolio more often, and they might behave more myopically. So when they behave more myopically, what they will do is they will also force the corporate managers to behave myopically. And so what we show in this paper is that after a change in the regulation, which required the mutual funds to disclose 4 times a year as opposed to twice, they started pressurizing corporate managers to reduce their innovation. So the main result of the study is that after the shock, the average firm is filing less number of patents which are having a high quality. And the quality in the patents are, of course, measured by the citation, just like as all academics, we know that one is the quantity of papers that you publish, and the other is how much citations you get, which will in one way measure the quality of your research productivity. So what we show in this study is that there is both a reduction in the quantity and quality of innovation after you require fund managers to disclose more often. And Professor Chemanu talked about differences and differences. So this is a very standard picture which shows that the effect is only for the treatment firms which were affected by the large ownership of funds that had to disclose more often. So I'm going to stop in the interest of time. I think it's about half an hour that I started half an hour back. So let me just share these 4 studies that I very quickly went through. My apologies for rushing through it, because I know that you have a very long conference program, so I don't want to take away from that. So I will stop here and take any questions. Perhaps Professor Chemanur can go first, and I can go later.
Okay. I can hear you, Wahyudi. Can you unmute yourself? You should unmute yourself. Okay. Now I should be able to hear. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. 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 Yes. Okay. Yes. So let me tell you, even though my research is based on the US, I am originally from India as Vikas, so I can give a little bit, the Asian perspective as well. So let me give you one example to start with. You must have heard about Moderna, the company that developed the 2 companies. One is Pfizer and BioNTech. That's one vaccine. The other one is Moderna. Did you know the Moderna is very close to where I live and teach, Boston College. It's from Cambridge, near Boston. And the vaccine is their very first product. Very first. It's a startup. It used to be a startup. It went public, but it's the very first product. So one thing, unfortunately, this kind of situation, sometimes the government has to help. The government has to provide incentives. So as you know, in the vaccine, Trump, we can disagree or agree. Trump sometimes did many things wrong, many things good. One thing he did right, in my view, is providing a huge amount of Operation Warp Speed, provide a huge amount of money for developing vaccine. So I think some things the government has to help in this kind of situation. But in Asia, I can speak from the Chinese point of view because I've done some papers in the Chinese venture capital. So from Asia, that's the closest there is data. Family firms help a lot. So in Asia, we all know from whichever Asian country we are, India, Indonesia, whatever, Thailand, the family matters a lot. So at least, again, from casual evidence from India, in China, families help a lot. So sometimes angel investor in the US, there is a more of an angel market, but in China, maybe you have to get from money from wherever you can get. So maybe family is where you can get. Later, maybe you may have to replace them. By the time you are about to go public, family firms don't do that well. Maybe you can improve the management governance by getting more professional investors. But to begin with, you may have to get people you know, friends, family, this kind of thing. Plus the qualifications of the board and members matter. Like many of the biotech firms, again, speaking from the near where I live, they all have like biotechnology. They have PhDs in biotechnology. If you look at the people, for example, BioNTech, that is the partner of Pfizer's vaccine. He lives in Germany. He's a Turkish immigrant. So that guy, again, their husband and wife have PhD in that area. They're very smart, well-known people. So I'm saying there's a qualification of the founder, their background, maybe they get money from family. But for startup firms, sometimes there's only ways to get it from your own family, people like that. But the government also can help, tax credits, you know. So it is not easy to develop. So China is starting to, in addition to the US, China is starting to build an angel network. I'm not aware of any studies formally doing that. So, but I think, for example, Indonesia, maybe the government can help by providing funding. Okay, so that is my providing some support.
How can you choose the right startup? Okay, all right. So you're asking me a question which is combining asset management with venture capital. So I'm actually, yeah, very good. So I have recently been actually doing some research on mutual funds investing in private securities. And this is a very interesting trend in the US. So Professor Chamanu talked about mainly the venture capitalists were the source of financing for private firms. But what has happened in the last decade or so in the US is that you have the traditional money management firms which have started investing in private firms. And so in the study that I didn't talk about today, what we actually looked at was the way these mutual funds value the private firms. This is actually very tricky because if you think about public firms, we have an easy way of knowing what the price is, right? Because it is trading every day. But private firms, by definition, do not trade in the secondary market. If there is any secondary market, it is very small and very tiny, and there is no data on that. So mutual funds, there are certain mutual fund companies that have historically played a very important role in this market. For example, one example I'll give you is Fidelity, which I'm sure a lot of the people in Indonesia have heard of. It is again a firm based in Boston, close to Professor Chemanu's place. They have invested in private firms for a long time, and they are recently been taking even a very like a lead investor role in some funding rounds. And in addition to Fidelity, there is another company, T. Rowe Price, for example, which is another large management company, which has also been investing. And so some of the managers who are involved in this are having some of the background in this area for their ability to pick private firms, because the information is harder to get, right? And they have made a good amount of money, right? So for example, Professor Chamanu just talked about Moderna, which was in my sample, and so was Uber, and so was Palantir. These several companies have gone public in the last year. As we know that the pandemic has had the good and the bad side. A lot of people have suffered, but at the same time, there has been a boom in the IPO market in the US. and a lot of these private firms have gone public, and these mutual funds have made good money on these. So have the venture capitalists. So this is a little bit long answer to your question, but I'm happy to share the link for that study, which is posted on SSRN. Okay. You're welcome.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Thank you for having us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Eastern Indonesian time. Okay? That's all from me. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. Welcome again to our parallel session. This morning we have
Good morning.
perfect, Mr. Professor Niko Irawan from Raja Manggala University of Technology, Krungtep, Thailand. How about Mr. Emil Makado da Silva Filho? Can you check your sound, please? Augusto Araujo from Ibirapuera University, Brazil, with a
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to participate of this Congress, this seminary. It's a pleasure again in Indonesia. In 2017, I went to Indonesia to participate in the International Account Conference for Universitas Indonesia in Yogyakarta. And I brought a little gift from Indonesia. So, one moment, please. I'd like to share my presentation. One moment, please.
Mr. Julian.
Oh, one moment. The presentation is updating. Okay, so this is our research stock option as corporate governance mechanism. This study is from Almir Machado da Silva Filho and me, Juliano Augusto Arce Araújo. We are from University Ibirapuera University from São Paulo, Brazil, and this is a part of the full paper of Almir's dissertation. He's a study of master degree in administration, and I'm the full professor for him. And so The introduction of this paper, we discusses about the relationship between shareholders and management. The corporate governance points to several mechanisms to improve the company management, and one of these mechanisms is the CEO compensation, and we have a lot of mechanisms of CEO compensation, and stock options is the one of them. So we believe that the CEO compensation from like a stock option, we must reduce the distance between the shareholders and executives, CEOs. So our research question is, what's the influence of financial performance indicators on executive compensation paid through stock options in Brazilian publicly held companies? The aim of this study is to verify the influence of financial performance indicators on the remuneration of executives paid through stock options Brazilian publicly held companies. So the theoretical framework is on agency theory, the initial study from by Ross in 1973. And after this, Jensen and Macklin in 1976 studied with numbers. Ross discussed the theory, and Jensen and Macklin studied the numbers, the empirical study properly. So in Brazil, one of the most researcher in corporate governance is Silveira, Professor Silveira, and we used his study to emphasize our study. And in Brazil, we have a translate form from IFRS 2, who named this CPC 10, and the first review. This regulation is about stock options, and we used in our study profitability indexes. Okay, so our methodology, we investigate the 10 most liquid shares of the Brazilian Stock Exchange. This index is named IBRX 100. In Portuguese is IBRX 100. Okay, except the banks and financial companies, because they present they didn't present all the financial indicators that we need. Our database was Com Dinheiro, is a Brazilian database. The analysis period comprised the years between 2010 and 2019. And our statistical methodology was based on the data panel analysis with fixed effects. This is our results. We compiled these results in one table, and we investigate the operating margin, the EBITDA margin, and net margin. We found minimal remuneration with stock option, almost the same, 2 million and 673,000 reais, basically. The better one was 13, 14, or 16 reais. It's a little bit, it's a little bit increase in function of the result, and we control the model as size of the company as full assets, but there's not a significant indicator for us. So our conclusion, we identify a minimum remuneration for stock option with about 2,600,000 reais. Operating margin, EBITDA margin, and net margin showed an increase in the remuneration of this modality in absolute low terms. Our limitation about the size of the sample, only 100 companies, and only Brazilian market companies. So as suggestions, we suggest to use market indicators because we use accounting indicators for performance, and we suggest as we are in an international event, maybe replicate this study with information about another markets and a bigger sample too. This is our contacts, Almir and Juliano. Okay, thank you very much for your audience, and we are ready for the questions.
A question and answer later. Now I would like to give the opportunity for Professor Nico Irawan and team from Raja Manggala University of Technology, Krung Thep, Thailand. I will give you time for about 7 up to 10 minutes maximum. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Imam. Okay, now we would like to present, and my friend Ellie, the name is Chok Sin Tan Sin from Myanmar, will present. Okay, Ellie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ellie. We can hear
see
you.
the screen, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right. Okay, you can slideshow, Ellie.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Joshin Tansin, and I'm from Raja Manggala University of Technology from Thailand. Today, we are going to present about our research. The name is the relationship of the young generation on the dimension of brand equity, and we use the story of the successful Starbucks Coffee Corporation. So here's the name of the author, and my name is Ms. Joshin Tansin, and I'm speaking now. And Mr. Nico is also here, and we are from the International College of the Raja Manggala University of Technology from Thailand. And first of all, I would like to present about our objectives. It is to test the relationship of the 4 dimensions of the brand equity, which are the brand awareness, passive quality, brand association, brand loyalty, and with their influence of the selected group of the young generation consumer. And this research is for the Starbucks Coffee Company. So here is the abstract. And this research, we tested the relationship between their brand equity and the influence of the selected group of the income for the young generation. And here we use the 66 students for the sample size who drink the coffee from Starbucks, and they are the students from the public university, and we classify by the low, middle, and high income segment. So here is our conceptual framework, and as you can see, there are 4 dimensions of the brand equity, and they are brand awareness, passive quality, brand association, and brand loyalty. And there are 3 income level, low, middle, and high. And this is the hypothesis section, and there are 2 types of hypothesis. Null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. For the null hypothesis, the income level of the respondents do not have any impact for the Starbucks coffee company. But for the alternative hypothesis, we have 4 hypotheses. The first one, the income level of the respondents have impact on brand awareness. And the second one, the income level have impact on the passive quality. That one, the income level of the respondent have impact on the brand association. And the last one, the income level for the respondent have impact on the brand loyalty. So after we tested our hypothesis and this is our research, and here we use the ANOVA and LSD test, right? So the p-value, the result of the p-value for the brand awareness, passive quality, and brand association are less than 0.05. So it means there is no, they have a strong impact on these variables. But however, the brand loyalty, the value is higher than 0.05. So it means there is not enough evidence, there is no impact on the brand loyalty of the Starbucks Coffee Corporation. And this is our the whole research. And as a conclusion, here some of the p-value of the passive quality between the group are more than 0.05. So this cannot be regretted when we compare our income group. And also some of the p-value and brand loyalty are more than 0.05. So the result for the 2 variables cannot show that the difference, cannot show that the poor customer may sense the quality and have the loyalty of the Starbucks brand as much as the customer with more buying power. Therefore, the income level, we can conclude that the income level do not have any impact on the brand loyalty of the Starbucks Coffee Corporation. And as a conclusion, this research has been conducted to find out more about 3 levels of the income group and the brand loyalty. Only the brand loyalty does not have any impact on the income level. So due to that fact, the new direct and indirect competitor in the Thai coffee market, such as the Gloria Jean or Amazon, it is impossible to have a brand loyalty for one specific product anymore. And thank you for your attention. And any questions?
Thailand. And then I would like to invite the next presenter. Yes, thank you. The next one is from Shadi Ahmad Arif Al-Halif from Zhongnan University of Economic and Law from China. Are you there? Okay, looks like he's not there yet. Next one is from University Putra Malaysia, ownership structure and financial sustainability, an integrated conceptual framework in emerging economies, Nigeria and South Africa. The presenters are Livinus Maimako, Ahmed Razam Abdul Latif, and Wan Fazila Wan Yusuf. Are the presenters in the Zoom meeting already? Okay, I see Mr. Shadi Ahmad Arif Al-Halih. Okay, I would like to invite Mr. Shadi Ahmad Arif Al-Halih to present the paper with the topic, does tax evasion equal zero in the presence of technological advancements? Evidence from Palestine, theoretical investigation. Time is yours. 7 to 10 minute maximum.
It's my time now?
Yes, it is your time now.
Okay. I just got in. I have no idea about that, but let me be in. Okay. Is that clear enough? Okay. First of all, good morning. It's a pleasure to join you this morning. I'm so happy to be here in this conference. And today I would like to present something about tax evasion and technology. This is my own topic. So let's move so quick. I will do one short. And in this video, I have only around 1 minute to present this video. And after that, I will keep moving forward. Oh, what's going on? What can we do to protect ourselves?
Machines will replace traditional labor. This is all about artificial intelligence and how much faster it can process human labor.
The audio of the video.
Also keep moving forward. So as a main idea of this video is that, so nowadays we have a real problem in every country in the world, and especially talking about developing countries such as Indonesia, Palestine, and many more. Here we have the problem, which is tax evasion. Tax evasion, it's a real problem. It's a real threat for the development of economic growth. So here I found that technology, through employing technology in different sectors around the world, would limitize the problem of tax evasion and will eliminate different phenomena of tax evasion. So here, I would like to say in short about my abstract. The essence of this study is talk about tax evasion and technological progress. The purpose is that this paper aims to interpret and examine the reasons for tax evasion that might affect governmental financial budgets in Palestine. Besides that, it aims to clarify the main structure of Palestinian tax laws, procedures, and the benefits that concern it. Also, it will enrich the literature on the recent updates of tax regulations. The design and methodology approach of this research, of this paper, this work has done with the qualitative research and has used too many theoretical perspectives of theory setters, executives, and tax policymakers, in which these perspectives have been measured by the impact of a progressive technology on the efficiency of Palestinian tax laws and by understanding the philosophical view of it in practice. The main finding of my paper has figured out that there are many effects that could affect tax laws, and therefore those effects that are engaged in terms of tax evasion could be disclosed as lack of knowledge and information, low awareness of the importance of tax, insufficient attention given to actual practices of tax, low financial allocations for managing tax process, political instability, slow economic growth, and outdated technological techniques used, and many more. The originality value, practically, the study will provide new criteria, procedures, and guidelines that could strengthen and enhance better understanding of and new insights into technology progress, which lead to attaining substantial progress in the Palestinian tax administrations. Theoretically, this paper will contribute to providing the tax administrations with contemporary disclosures and further clarifications on new advanced technologies. Contributions, firstly, to the emerging literature on the importance of technological progress and how it positively influenced taxes, and secondly, to the emerging literature on the recent involvement of tax evasion. Here, what did happen after the enforcement of technology worldwide? 89% of respondents with global headquarters countries with digital tax administrations are organizing their responses. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Organizing their responses to DTS in a centralized and globally consistent manner, and many more. As we can see here, technology has been a predominant part to control every single part of our daily lives, and especially in terms of tax evasion. So tax evasion is gradually has been decreased year by year through employing powerful technology. Here, the main purpose of this paper is to transfer from this into this. So here, as we can see, a lack of jobs and higher poverty rates, and here we can, through employing technology, we can offer sufficient jobs and provisions. So here's the problem. The problem of tax evasion is attacking us so hard, and it's such as an existential threat for economic growth worldwide. Moving forward, here we got some funny pics about tax and technology. Here in previous, like 1999, technology was limited, not that strong, and not that developed, not that advanced. And here, tax party and technology. So because of the high size and not improved technology, people, they should pay more taxes, and they should try hard to support the governmental budgets financially. And here in 2011, we got improved advanced technology, and tax now is getting better. This person represents tax, and this represents technology. As well here, as we can see, some funny pictures about tax and technology. So here nowadays, I'm living in China, and in China, everything is totally improved, and especially technology and tax evasion right here in China has has been gradually eliminated during the last 3 decades. And here, like in China, for example, if you want to do anything, if you want to buy, if you want to eat, if you want to do anything, no need to pay in cash. Only all you have to do to scan RQ. And talking about tax here, compared to my country, in my country, unfortunately, technology is not that well qualified. And if you want to do anything, you have to do it in a traditional way. So if you want to go to tax department, you have to see their seat, you have to sit down with the client, with the officials, and you have to talk about the tax that you have to pay. But here in China, all you have to do in order to pay tax, just you have to scan this. And anyone will not be able to scan this like technologically and automatically, he will be fined by the power of technology. Theoretical part here, in this paper, I have used only three theories. Firstly, taxation theory. Taxation theory, in short, it clarifies the structure, the process of Palestinian tax regulations and the whole process of Palestinian taxation. Institutional theory talks about how institutions in Palestine would like to employ higher technology in order to eliminate tax evasion of its firms. And theory of legitimacy. Theory of legitimacy, I have employed this theory in order to combine the perspective of technology and the perspective of specific firms in Palestinian companies. So a solution for reducing tax evasion through relying on technological advancement. What technology would like to add through its existence in the reality, in a practice? So here, technology will dramatically lead to enhance a new tax system. Secondly, will provide civil and criminal penalties. So if you wanna try hard to escape or avoid paying taxes, you will be criminalized by the officials and tax departments in the country. And then you will find no way out to avoid paying taxes or evade paying taxes. Thirdly, technology will try hard to reform the tax administrations as well. It will give them the power to restructure the design of their treatment, the design of their tax administrations, and then it will help them improve their qualities in order to put the right manners to reduce and eliminate all the phenomena of tax evasion. Thirdly, employing technology with higher quality will dramatically lead to eliminate all the factors that would surround evasion in the country. And then tax data collection and selectivity. As we know, with the speed of technology, the higher quality of technology would offer big range of quantities to help tax managers and tax officials to try hard to recognize the data of all taxpayers across the country. So the whole details will be offered and everything will be offered. So there is no need to use traditional or to rely on traditional way of tax collection. Finally, the conclusions that I have arrived to. Firstly, the government should organize meetings permanently with other parties such as entities and individuals so that this could strengthen mutual relations between them. Secondly, pay serious attention to establishing and allocating funds for research and development tax administrations that are needed to keep the taxpayers informed of the latest tax laws, regulations, and procedures. Thirdly, offering training programs to tax officials in order to improve their capabilities of tax issues. Also, allocating funds for updating tax defects. Fourth, make plans and allocate budgets to assist taxpayers in building their own investments. Offer a wide variety of tax exemptions to help them accelerate the economic wheel. And fifth, allocating funds for the investment in progressive technologies that could influentially affect the phenomena of tax evasion and reduce them by time. So my paper is quite long. So recently my paper has already been published, and today I'm so happy to have opportunity to present my paper one more time here. So that's all what I have to say from me. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions Kindly ask. Sir, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear our voice? Okay.
Just a minute.
Okay, good. So now we are moving from China, Palestine. Now we are moving to Uzbekistan. I would like to invite the next presenter with the title Gastronomy Tourism in Japan and Uzbekistan, which will be presented by Elmira Ashirova and Professor Elior Mahmudov from Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, Uzbekistan. Time is yours, about 7 to 10 minutes maximum.
Good morning, dear participants. My name is Elmira Ashirova from Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies in Uzbekistan. Well, just a second, I will show. Okay, so can you see me? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, nice. Okay, thanks for the attention. Well, this paper is dedicated to gastronomic tourism in Japan and Uzbekistan. So the purpose of this article is to highlight the nutrition infrastructure as an important aspect of tourism development. Gastronomic tourism is a journey through countries and continents to get acquainted with the peculiarities of local cuisine, culinary traditions, in order to taste a dish or product that is unique to a foreign tourist. The scientific article discusses gastronomic tourism in Japan and Uzbekistan and provides specific recommendations to improving the state of gastronomic tourism in our country, in Uzbekistan. Okay, so let's move on. So the first part is the bashoku. So maybe you heard this term. Bashoku means Japanese cuisine. So like food is considered one of the reasons why the tourists are coming to Japan, why they are visiting specific cities of Japan. So bashoku, Japanese cuisine, is a term that encompasses all traditional Japanese cuisine, the culture of Japanese cuisine, and also this Japanese cuisine was registered as a UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2013 and 2013. Okay, so next one. UNWTO statement said that the concept of gastronomic tourism is quite new. However, in recent years, there has been significant growth, providing economic benefits and acting as a tool for development and social integration. So considering the motivations to visit Japan, so the tourists were asked, like there was done a survey, and there was the main question, what were you looking forward to most in Japan? So, and the first top answers were eat Japanese food. So as you can see on the first one, so to eat Japanese food and to go shopping. So these were the main aims of foreign tourists. Okay, let's move on. So here is the statistics of the most popular food products according to foreign visitors in Japan in 2018. So during the survey, 24.4% of respondents rated meat as the most satisfactory, and then ramen. So I hope you know this food. So it's popular among Japanese people, Korean and Chinese. So ramen with 20.3%. So as you can see in this figure. Okay. So next part is the Michelin star. So why tourists visit Japan? So as you know, these restaurants, cafes, and other catering establishments, so all are rated by these Michelin stars. So in 2019, Tokyo was recognized as a city with the most Michelin stars in the world for the 12th consecutive year with the 308 Michelin stars. So, but Tokyo is not only the city which has these stars, but also Kyoto and Osaka are also among the top leaders that having this award. So Tokyo, next one. So Tokyo is one of the cities with the most restaurants per capita. So there is a huge number of restaurants with the number of about 900,000 restaurants in Japan. Also, there are about 145,000 izakaya stores, which is the Japanese gastropubs, and 50,000 ramen stores. So another major reason for the growth of gastronomic tourism in Japan is the worldwide recognition and popularity of Japanese cuisine. Between 2006 and 2019, the number of Japanese restaurants abroad increased by almost 5 times. So 38% of Japan's prefectures include gastronomic tourism in their future plans. And also it is believed that Japanese has the healthiest tourism, the healthiest cuisine in the world, which is the reason for the longest life expectancy in the world. Next one, Japan Food Tours 2020 and 2021. The Japanese cuisine offers a surprisingly wide selection of dishes. The 14-day gastronomic tours in Japan introduce a variety of street dishes and gourmet dishes in restaurants marked by Michelin stars. All of these tours are carefully balanced with the discovery of Japanese culture, history, and impressive landscapes. So, next one. The Japanese government also recognizes the need for sustainable regional development in its quest to become a tourism-oriented country by 2030. So you can see here the outstanding culinary history and experience. So on the first picture, you can see the tenobasame. Next is the tendon. So all are kind of noodles with some chicken and other products. Next is oyakodon. You can see nabe, shabu shabu, miso. So these six types of food are sometimes usual, we can say, sometimes is like traditional or kind of festive food for foreigners. So these foods, except of sushi, which we know, so these dishes are popular among foreign tourists. So next one, let's move on to methods for improving the quality of gastronomic tourism in Japan. So as of 2018, there were 283 educational institutions in Japan focused on training chefs, which implies effort to preserve and standardize the quality of the national restaurant industry. In addition, there are also tourism-related colleges, specialized cooking colleges, schools, and gastronomic tourism as a subject in the leading universities such as Ritsumeikan University or Miyazaki University. So some private companies also held a series of competitions. Today, as the media advances, the number of television shows related to food, as well as some books, magazines, has increased significantly. And also there are created some websites and mobile applications specializing in restaurants. So let's move on to gastronomic tourism in Uzbekistan. So Uzbekistan has also can also share its national cuisine with guests of our republic. So it should be noted that each region of Uzbekistan has its own peculiarity of preparing national dishes. For example, plov. So we say plov, someone says pilav. So, and this is considered the most exquisite dish. So it's considered only ordinary and also at the same time as a festive dish. So we prepare this in some holidays and also just a daily life. Tashkent hosted the presentation of the Association of Gastronomic Tourism, which was created by the State Committee for Tourism Development. And the main goal of creating of such association is to promote Uzbek national cuisine abroad and attract gourmet tourists to our republic. Catering enterprises working in the tourism sector and included in the association will also have some preferences. For example, free trainings will be organized for waiters and managers using of technologies of serving the category of the tourists. So a website will be created at the association, and with the help of a mobile application, in each enterprise, tourists will evaluate one or another dish and quality of the service. And at the end of the year, there will be a kind of ranking, so which will be shown on this mobile application. So, and will be named the best cafes and restaurants. So our country was recognized as the winner of the best gastronomic trend in the National Geographic competition. So in addition, Uzbekistan takes part in the gastronomic campaign, so Travel Tomorrow, organized by the World Tourism Organization. Uzbekistan won first place. Uzbekistan won the first place in the National Geographic Traveler Awards 2018 in the category gastronomic tourism. Another step is for the further development of gastronomic direction of the tourism industry is interesting master classes in preparing unique and delicious dishes with the participants with the participation of famous chef and restaurateur Bahreddin Chusti. So you can see his name on the top corner. So all videos, cooking lessons can be viewed on the sites, on the websites like onlinetourism.uz and Uzbekistan.travel. Okay, and the last one is the recommendations for improving gastronomic tourism in Uzbekistan. So firstly, it is necessary to expand the volume of availability of dishes offered at the various festivals and fairs. Such major events are held in order to expand cooperation with foreign representatives in this field. Secondly, to further expand relations with the foreign countries in the field of mutual exchange of specialists and experience. This action will be the decisive key in establishing diplomatic relations in the field of tourism and will raise our country in international rankings. Thirdly, the marketing of gastronomic potential through social networks and television, because technologies provide a quick search, synthesis, and analysis of information. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you so very much, Elmira Asherov. So we are very happy this morning because we see the picture of foods from Japan and from Uzbekistan. Thank you so very much. It's a very interesting presentation.
Thank you so much.
Some question, of course, from the presenters, but I will hold the questions after all the presenters presenting the presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Alfian Budi Primanto. He will be presenting the paper with title of Examining the Influences of Service Quality and Moderator Role of Positive Emotions on Online Impulsive Buying Behavior across fashion categories. Does gender matter? Time is yours, Dr. Alfian Budi Primanto.
Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear my voice? Can you see my presentations?
Yes, of course, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, good morning everyone, and thanks for the opportunity. It's my pleasure to be invited and accepted as one of manuscript in the 3rd International Conference on Economic and Business and Social Science, the 3rd of ICEBUSS. My name is Alfian Budi Primanto. I'm from the Faculty of Economic and Business University of Islam Malang. And again, as the main host of this international conference, on behalf of the team, I'm welcoming you again and hope that we can give the best experience of online international conference, positive memories, so you can come back to your peer and spread out the positive things about this international conference, of course, Indonesia, and of course, the Faculty of Economic and Business University of Islam Malang. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes, but I arranged about 15 minutes, so I don't know what going on the next things, but let's just follow the rule. So our today's 15 minutes agenda is first is case videos, about 1 minute, and then introduction section, literature review, methods, result discussion, conclusion, and question and answer session. Okay.
So maybe you can make it shorter, Dr. Alvian, because we have a very limited
time. Okay, let's not use the case video, just build out to, you know, like introduction, Indonesia perspective. Yes. Okay. My manuscript entitled Examining the Influence of Service Quality and Mediator Rule of Positive Emotion on Impulsive Buying, especially in online, across patient category. Does gender matter? Or maybe does gender really matter? No? Yeah. Since the pandemic changed everything, COVID-19 changed everything, everything we know about shopping, everything we know about marketing theory, everything we know about consumer behavior now changed. Yeah. But the truth is, and the unique about the Indonesian people and Indonesian customer is, out of the most Indonesian, wait. Out of most Indonesian plan for holiday spending this year reduce or decrease regardless of incoming level, 2 of 3 customers. What? Okay. 2 of 3 customers still prefer shopping online during pandemic, with almost 88% of millennial plan to do more of their holiday shopping online. And what the shocking thing is, or what the most interesting thing is, the fashion categories. Matulus Inc., the more reputable, incredible, and reliable marketing consultant in Indonesia, announced that the fashion and clothes was the most purchased item during the pandemic in Q3 2020, with Shopee contributes almost 50% of the total fashion sales, while Tokopedia 33%, Bukalapak 26%, Lazada 40%, GDID 31%, and Blibli 28%. I'm sorry. Yeah, so it is most shocking. Why? Is there any problem?
There is no problem. Let's go on.
Hello, everyone. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So this is the most shocking news during the pandemic. We are working from home, learning from home. Our interaction is limited, but we are still the fashion cloth was still the most purchased item in Q3 in 2020. So the next thing is, do impulsive buying still exist during the pandemic? As we know that the background, the fundamental theory, impulse transaction account for over 40% of overall sales in developing countries and produce nearly $44 billion annually from just over 40% of customers. Chen and Yao 2018 added that the previous study also has shown the impulse transactions are around 40% of all online spending, and that this portion may have risen as mobile shopping has become more popular. Therefore, the most challenging question now, does impulsive buying still exist during the pandemic? Okay, that's the third question. Again, this is the scientific research, this is a scientific study, so we need to get or to gain the uniqueness about this study. Okay, from the theoretical perspective, of course, there are many previous studies that reveal the direct effect of service quality on positive emotion and impulsive buying. Also the direct effect of positive emotion and impulsive buying. However, few studies focus on the mediation role of positive emotion on impulsive buying. An initial indication of the mediation role of positive emotion is proposed based on Hack and Abbasi 2016 that conclude that positive emotion was significantly proved as mediation rule on impulsive buying. It's a common sense, it is logical that the more customer positive, the good, the more they have better feeling, the positive mood. When they are doing shopping, they will spend more to buy impulsively, I mean. Okay, so this is the question. So this is the literature review. Several quality is service quality, impulse buying, and positive emotion. Yeah, service quality, the theory is What do you know about service quality is this discrepancy between customer perception of service and their expectation about the service that offered by companies. Yeah. So this is my first and two hypotheses. My focus hypothesis: service quality has significant relationship on impulsive buying and on positive emotions. And the next thing is about positive emotion has significant relationship on impulsive buying as a direct effect, not as mediator. Yeah. So it can be okay. Yeah. So it's more common sense to take the positive emotion as a mediation rule of the service quality and impulsive buying, since there is many previous studies that prove that positive emotion has significant effect on impulsive buying. Next thing. Okay, for hypothesis 4, hypothesis 5, and hypothesis 6, we talked about gender. Does gender really matter in this case? Does gender have a significantly moderate the relationship of service quality and impulsive buying? Service quality and positive emotion, and positive emotion and on impulsive buying? Then we are want to answer the question. Next is, of course, the role of gender. Yeah. And the mediation rule of positive emotion. Yeah. There is a significant relationship of service quality on impulsive buying with positive emotion as mediation rule in female perspective. And the last is, there is a significant relationship of service quality on impulsive buying with positive emotion as mediation rule in male perspectives. Okay, this is my framework. It is simple framework, and this is the small part of my bigger or my full paper that I already submitted in, like a Scopus Index. So this is the small part. So yeah. Okay, for methods, yeah. Design. The study used survey a structured questionnaire with 5 Likert points as measurement scale, and the sample is purposive sampling, and we have a 127 samples. Kenapa, Mas? Yeah. Hello, Mr. Imam, you want to speak?
It's okay. Please go on.
Okay. Okay. Okay, for example of items, service quality, we use Hamari and Hanner theory or research, and then for positive emotion, we are use Bakosi, Belenzi, Casale research, and the last thing is impulsive buying. We are using for Hagen and Dolan items. So the next is a result. Yeah. Okay, the result of this study proved that the conclusion of Piktakpan, Juan Han, Lo, Wu, Tsai, and others that state service quality is the best predictor of the positive emotion and impulsive buying, which means that the better the service quality provides by online store, the more it will create positive customer emotions and the possibility of customer to do impulsive buying. The possibility of customer to personalize and or customize their online shopping experience to gain more benefit in terms of financial or emotional advantage was identified as the most indicator of service quality, aka empathy, that perceived positively by respondent. In addition, the result of this study also proved Zhu Zhang, Khairani, and Son Lee study that conclude that positive emotion will increase the urge to buy impulsively. Okay, and the next result is the study revealed that gender, male and female difference was not significant moderator. You can see in my table, hypothesis number 4, 5, and 6, we are rejected. Yeah, we are rejected. So both male and female tend to urge the same service quality offered by online store in terms of their responsiveness, empathy, reliability, and assurance. Hong and Lee argued that although female tends to have more focus on visualization, female tends to have more focus on visualization, compared to the male that is more focused on product information and customer opinion areas, there is no difference or no relationship, or there is no difference in the product involvement between gender. The greater mean score of empathy in the study indicate that with the usage of advanced technology, it is easy for online store recommending product that's met with customer tastes based on their behavior, and or it's easy for online customer to customize their online behavior. Okay. So for our last hypothesis, we are concluded for female perspective, the mediation role exists. Yeah. Highest state, we are using a preacher and highest method. We are using path with macro. Yeah. We highest state that when the upper both ULC means bootstrap upper level of confidence index and bootstrap lower level of confidence index, state that when the upper and lower bounds of the 90% confidence interval do not contain zero, it means that the indirect effect between variable was existed or significant. Yeah, from hypothesis 7, there are only one hypothesis, which is for female perspective, that prove the mediation rule of positive emotion. Yeah, Mowgli and Iqbal Kyrgyz added that female were relatively more emotional rather than men that are more rational. For male perspective, they tend to buy impulsively whenever they see additional benefit of product or promotions. Okay, so for the last is our conclusion. This study revealed that there were only 4 of 8 proposed hypotheses that significantly proved as predictor of impulsive buying, which is the direct effect of service quality on positive emotion, also the mediation rule of positive emotion in affective the relationship between service quality and impulsive buying in terms of female perspective. And the second is the possibility of consumer to personalize and or customize their only shopping experience, like by filtering. Okay, I want a best price. I want a bestseller with the best reputation. Yeah, so they can gain more benefit in terms of financially or emotionally advantage was identified as the most indicator of service quality that perceived positively. In addition, the dominance of female in perceived more emotional states strengthened the existence of the mediation rule of positive emotion in affecting the relationship between service quality and impulsive buying. Okay, that's all my presentation, and you can call me or email me at alfianprimatunishma.id if you want to collaborate to extend the concept, the framework about the online impulsive buying and positive emotion. We are really appreciate, and we are very, very welcome to collaborate with you. Okay, thank you for everyone, and I'm giving back to Mr. Imam Wahyudi.
Thank you, Dr. Alfian Budi Primanto, for a very wonderful presentation. I'm waiting for questions from the participants and also maybe from the presenters. It's very interesting. We were talking about taxes and stock options, and then we moved to gastronomy, tourism, and as well as impulsive buying, and also the importance of branding, brand equity, brand royalty. If there is no question, I have a question for Ms. Kiwat Shin and Mr. Niko Irawan from Rajamangala University Technology, Kurung Thep, Thailand. So your presentation is about Starbucks Cafe, because from Tashkent State University is presenting about traditional food. How is the opportunity of traditional food in Thailand, the opportunity for a market, a business market, compared to the non-traditional food in Thailand? And then the second question for Palestine from Professor Giuliano and Mr. Shadi Ahmad, as well as Mr. Alfian. Could you please give comments? Maybe a concluding remark that you would like to give, maybe 1 or 2 minutes maximum, after presenting your topic and listening to the presentation from the other presenters. Maybe you want to say something, maybe about your topic, or maybe about the feedback you would like to comment from the other presentation. I would like to start from Mr. Nico or Ms. Kiwat-Shin, and then Ms. Elmira, and then followed by Professor Giuliano and Mr. Shadi, and the last is Mr. Alfian. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Professor Imam. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry, because the signal.
Yes. Your topic is about Starbucks, which is non-traditional one. And
yes, that's right.
We got the presentation from Uzbekistan focusing on food. How about the opportunity of traditional food in the market of Thailand nowadays, especially in the area of gastronomy tourism in Thailand? Because if I'm not mistaken, Thailand is also famous for food.
Yes, that's right. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the questions. It's very interesting to answer because Thailand, before COVID-19, many tourists come to Thailand, and Thailand has the biggest number of tourists from around the world, around 20 million per year for tourists. And for when I stay here in Thailand, because I have been in Thailand for almost 7 years until now, and then they produce the tourism, like the entrepreneurship, especially for the food. Like when you come to Thailand, I think some of you already come to Thailand, you can find like, you know, som tam. Som tam is popular. Tom yam kung. Tom yam kung is the traditional food, but some people can understand about tom yam kung. If you don't taste, you don't eat tom yam kung, it's like you do not come to Thailand. And then like you know, the meal, for example, like kolam. Kolam is like from the from the sticky rice, but the sweet, and also mango sticky rice. Maybe you know about the mango sticky rice. You eat mango and you eat sticky rice. Well, the taste is a little sweet, but it's delicious. This is can promote Thailand around the world also. Like Thai tea, for example, Thai milk tea, or Chayen. In Indonesia, I think you know teh tarik, like teh tarik, right? Like that. It's also the popular in Thailand also about the food. Okay, maybe my friends will continue extend add the information.
Thank you, Mr. Nico. Maybe additional information from additional explanation.
Thailand is also very popular for organic and fresh fruit, you know, like mango and mango, strawberry, apple, many other fruits. And yeah, like the Darunico said, very popular for their traditional food, tom yam goong, som tam, sticky rice and mango. So these are the most popular in Thailand.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kiwat. So brand loyalty is not, I think it's not only for non-traditional brand, but also can what we call goes to the traditional brand, like a traditional food. And I would like to go to Uzbekistan. How about the non-traditional one in Japan and in Uzbekistan? Looks like you are presenting about traditional food from Japan, and then traditional food from Uzbekistan. How about the modern one, like maybe pizza, whatever? Are those becoming the trend in Japan and in Uzbekistan?
Yes, surely. So in Uzbekistan, use going to pizza pubs to eat some different pizzas. Also, we have Starbucks opening recently. Where else? We have KFC also opened, officially opened. It's not just kind of illegal KFC, which is selling in some places like bazaars or somewhere, but it's a real official KFC opened. Well, so we have more nowadays we have more non-traditional cuisine also. But most of the tourists are interested in our traditional food. So as they can taste it in their countries as well as they are worldwide, these brands. So they are coming just to taste our traditional, so except of pilaf, which I told before. So there are also different types of food, but sometimes for tourists this can be a bit, how to say, like fat food. So it can be not so healthy for them because they didn't get used to eat it. So that's why sometimes they choose non-traditional food. So and go to eat pizza or some kind of light food. So concerning Japan, of course, it's developed country, so they have all types of non-traditional food. But as I told, tourists prefer to eat their traditional ones.
Thank you so very much, Elmira, for the answer.
Thank you.
I actually would like to move to Professor Giuliano and Mr. Sadi, but the next question is actually relevant to Mr. Alfian because he is talking about buying behavior. How about the buying behavior or impulsive buying of traditional fashion? Because your title is behavior across fashion categories. How about the trend of impulsive buying of traditional fashion in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Imam. It's kind of big surprise for me. Okay, when we are talking about the traditional fashion, we must define it first. What do you mean with traditional fashion is? Okay, so we must have a same meaning so we can give you the best explanation that you want. But the truth is, also this is my closing statement, the COVID-19 is changed everything. We know that the COVID-19, wait a minute, the COVID-19 changed everything, but again, there was a challenge. When there was a challenge, there was an opportunity. So complaining is not the best strategy, I think. One of my students selling hijab online via Shopee, and he still get many orders despite the odds of this pandemic. Yeah, despite the odds of this pandemic, there is still buyer who still want the new dress, the new high hijab, despite the odds of this pandemic. So, you know, like there is a challenge. When there was a challenge, there was an opportunity. So that's what my answer is.
Thank you, Mr. Alfian. Next, last is Professor Giuliano. Could you please kindly give your comment or maybe concluding statement or maybe other statement? Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to talk about the food, the Indonesia food. When I went there, I love to eat the local food and American food produced by Jayco, like a donut. Oh, very special, very fresh. So about our research, Almir is a student from master degree in business administration, and we are investigating about the remuneration of CEOs and stock options in Brazil. Our market is very short we have almost 400 companies, public companies, and in 2020, maybe almost 40 companies open their capital in IPO operation, and I hope the research in Brazil will increase next years, and I think that's all.
Thank you. Yeah.
I like to research the area like Shady about taxes too. In Brazil, we have a lot of taxes.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Yes.
Talking about stock option, like a comparative stock option or taxes policy in different countries must be very interesting to compare between Brazil, Palestine, Indonesia, Uzbekistan, and as well as in Thailand or in other countries. Okay, thank you, Professor Giuliano.
It's not so interesting to if we compare twisted food and delicious food as Japanese food and
it's kind of irresistible,
food.
Right?
It's very.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Professor Giuliano. Yeah, I would like to invite Mr. Sadi. Maybe you would like to give a comments to other presenters or concluding statement.
Iso ako pakai bahasa Jawa yo. Apa po? Iso lah.
No, we use English because we have participants from Uzbekistan.
Okay.
And Thailand.
Okay. By the way, I've lived 3 years in Indonesia, and especially my lovely Malang. I missed Malang a lot.
Oh, thank you.
And talking about food, saya in Indonesian language, saya kangen bol sego pecel.
Sego pecel.
Ya ampun. I missed a lot this dish.
So for Elmira, maybe you can explain what is sego pecel to Elmira, because Elmira may be not familiar yet. Sego pecel is traditional food, Elmira.
It's traditional
famous,
food in East Java.
In East Java.
It's kind of fried rice with vegetables. It's something like, I can say, something crazy mixture. And actually, I gotta say, I'm so addicted to it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, now I'm not in Indonesia. Now I'm living in China. I've been here in China 1.5 years. I'm doing my PhD in accounting, by the way.
Maybe we can, next time, in ICEBUSS 4, if it is offline, we can get together and have tom yum, and then
absolutely
sego pecel, and also from Brazil, food maybe.
Mr. Imam,
in Brazil, I think tacos. I think tacos is famous in Brazil, right?
No, tacos is Mexican food. Brazil
Mexican,
is feijoada. Like a bean.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Feijoada and
talking about food, like I'm a big foodie, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm
please
really
go on, Mr. Sadi.
Like, I got a stomach attack. I got a stomach attack while she was talking about food. Like I was crying actually, but unfortunately I have no tissue around to wipe my tears off. It was like something wow.
Okay, please go
like
on. Your concluding statement, Mr. Sadi.
So in short, I have to say thank you so much. That is what I have to say. Thank you so much for inviting me to have this conference with you this morning. I'm so happy to join you and to talk about taxation and to get benefits as well from other participants. Actually, I got some clues from different perspectives of different researchers. That's interesting. And talking about food, it's like something extra. I think it's like, I don't know what I have to say. In short, in conclusion, I have to say thank you so much. Matur nun baba-baba, ibu-ibu, matur nun akeh atas presentasi iku. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, because we are running out of time, it's 11:40 in the morning, Western time of Indonesia. Of course, this opportunity provide us information to connect with other scholars from all over the world, from Brazil, from Uzbekistan, from Thailand, from China, Palestine, from Indonesia, as well as from Brunei and other countries. I hope this parallel session this morning can be useful for us. Of course, there are so many questions that we can raise, but just because of limited time, I would like to close this morning parallel session by saying thank you so very much to our presenters from Raja Manggala University of Technology Kurung Thep, Thailand, from Zhongnan University of Economic and Law, China, from Ibirapuera University, Brazil, and from the Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Islam Malang, and as well as from Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, Uzbekistan. See you again in our fourth international conference.
Mas.
Yes.
Boleh foto bareng-bareng.
Boleh.
Foto.
Let's have a group picture session. I will screenshot. Can you please turn on your video? 1, 2, 3. Okay. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much. See you again in our next year, the 4th International Conference on Economic and Business and Social Sciences, next year in 2022. Thank you very much. Bye-bye and have a good day and a very good morning. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, the participants at the third International Conference on Economic, Business, and Social Science. Ladies and gentlemen, today, now, we are at second plenary. There are two speakers. The first, Professor Andy Kim, SKK, Business School, Sungkyunkwan University, South Korea. Second, Professor Elvira Sodli, Business School University of New South Wales, Australia. With moderator, Mr. Irfan Effendi, SPD MBD, the head of International Development Divisions of FEB University of Islam Malang, and co-moderator Dr. Duyani Sudaryanti MM, the Secretary of Accounting Department. For Mr. Irfan Effendi and Dr. Duyani, stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Excellency, the Dean of Economics and Business Faculty, the University of Islam Malang, Ms. Nurdiana SAMSE, and also her vices, all participants, and of course our distinguished speakers, Professor Andy Kim, PhD, and Professor Elvira Sodli, PhD. Well, thank you also for the Master of Ceremony who is giving us the time to lead this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great honor for us to have the opportunity to lead this plenary session with the two distinguished keynote speakers. Their roles in the field of finance have been recognized around the world. Mostly, they have recognized via journal, publication, and international conferences. However, Prof. Andy Kim has also a YouTube channel. Yeah, for your information, his YouTube channel is Dr. Finance. Okay, but I am sorry, Professor, I cannot read the Korean characters. Maybe you can tell us later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can see on the screen. Okay. Okay, Professor Andy Kim, we have published your bio in one of newspapers, online newspaper in Indonesia. So later on we can also send to you. Well, while Professor Elvira Sodli is Scientia Fellow in the School of Banking and Finance, the University of New South Wales, and we can also find her YouTube at UNSW Scientia Fellow at Dr. Elvira Sodli, speaks about her research into the role of gender in innovation and the benefits of the UNSW Scientia Fellow program. Well, to make it short, before we start this plenary session for the first keynote speaker, I would like to tell you about the bio of Professor Andy Kim, PhD. He is an associate professor of finance at SKKU in Seoul, Korea. Okay, before joining SKKU in 2015, he worked for NTU in Singapore for more than 5 years. His major research area is behavioral finance. He has been known for studying very unique aspects in behavioral finance, such as how facial and vocal masculinity of the CEO is associated with the firm risk and how media attention affect efficient market hypothesis, or EMH. He has been using unstructured big data in finance research, such as face pictures, voice files, and flash mob video on YouTube, which brings some fun factors to finance research. Okay, I think it is very great breakthrough in the finance. Mostly people think finance is very serious, but Professor Andy Kim bring it so fun. Thank you, Professor, for your great contribution for the financial research. Last year, his paper titled The Face of Risk, CEO's Facial Masculinity and Firm Risk received Reader's Choice Best Paper Award from European Financial Management. Okay, please give applause for this great achievement. Okay. And moreover, his paper about investor psychology, surrounding Gangnam Style, because it refers to Psy, the group, one of the band's group, which was viral at that time, Gangnam Style. Everyone here in Indonesia also dancing Gangnam Style, Prof. Okay, was published at Bloomberg TV and PBS TV in the United States. And if every one of you wants to know the video or the Bloomberg TV and PBS TV that's announced his paper, once you open Professor Andy Kim's YouTube channel, you're gonna find it. Yeah. Okay. You just can type Dr. Finance, then you can find it. Okay. Well, he earned his PhD and MBA in finance at the University of Finance, Minnesota, USA, and his undergraduate program, or BBA, at Yonsei University, Korea. Well, before we start this plenary session, please enjoy the video of ICEBUSS from the first ICEBUSS to the third ICEBUSS. Oh, we call it ICEBUSS Rewind. Okay, enjoy the video. Please give applause for the video and the successful implementation from the first to the third ICEBUSS. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Andy Kim, PhD, who is going to present his paper under the title, The Face and Voice of Risk, Unstructured Data in Behavioral Finance and Accounting. Please give a big applause for him. The time is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much. It is my great honor to be invited. It's one fantastic conference, ICEBUSS, and then University of Malang. I really thank you very much. Appreciate your invitation. Assalamu alaikum to every one of you. And then, shall I get started? I'm trying to share my PowerPoint slide through this sharing function, and let's see if you can see it. Can you share? Can you see my PowerPoint slide? Just a minute. I need to go over here. Can you see my PowerPoint slide? Wait. Yeah. Sorry. Like this. Can you see this to the full screen? I hope so. I can see, at least I can see in that screen over here. All right. Well, thank you very much for your kind invitation. As far as I know, I have about 45 minutes. Is that right? It goes until 2:15 your time. Correct me if I am wrong. Also, I'm going to see that, trying to see that the chatting window somehow, but let's see. so that you can send out your message in case you have any questions. Also, if I am wrong, please tell me about the time limit. So at about 2 o'clock your time, my alarm clock will sound something so that I will start to wrap up. Okay, and then let's see. So the title of today's presentation is The Face and Voice of Risk. And I'm going to talk about the unstructured data in behavioral finance and accounting and the recent development in this area. And then the way I understand is this, right? Upper echelon theory in management, and then there's a whole bunch of literature about it in strategic management or in this management area, or economics and finance. There is a whole literature that goes together with it, which is CEO style literature. So upper echelon theory started from Hambrick and Mason, AMR 84. And then the CEO style literature, we say the seminal paper was Bertrand and Schwarr, QJE 2000 paper, right? And then the essential message is that the CEO is not a simple input to the production function. CEO is not an easily replaceable input factor to your production function of your company. Each CEO has its unique time invariant characteristics that explains the cross-sectional variation in corporate financial decision making or management decision making, especially their risk of the companies or the performance of the companies is heavily dependent on the CEO's characteristics and traits. So afterwards, people have been studying a lot about those characteristics and traits of the CEOs. And then the first thing I want to highlight is about the psychological biases that people have been studying. The most representative one will be overconfidence, like in the Malmandier and Tate, Journal of Finance 2005 paper. And then this overconfidence of the CEO seemed to affect the corporate decision-making and value of the company so much. The idea is that the overconfident people have a tighter expectation band, right? The precisions, as opposed to underconfident guys having a wide range of expectation about the future. Another part of overconfidence is about having optimism. There is a good side and bad side of overconfidence of the CEOs. And previously it has been documented that the overconfidence is rather value destroying, but there is a reason why we need some overconfident guys as the leader, because it is, first of all, cheaper to motivate so that the one can take the risk, and then without much of a monetary compensation, so that they will be, the CEO will be willing to take risk boldly. And then Hirschleifer and Lowe and Teo, they find that overconfident CEOs, they deliver better research and development, like Steve Jobs, right? They're willing to push on to difficult tasks without much of a compensation and going for a long run. So that's a positive side of having overconfident CEOs. And then Goel and Thaker has a theory paper about it, and Banerjee et al., they discussed how to harness and constrain these overconfident CEOs before going to their extreme of taking risks like that. And there, the overconfidence, how to measure it, self-attribution bias comes next with it. Because good things happen in the companies, that's because of me, and failure of the company, then the CEOs attribute those failures to outside factors. By that, over time, the CEO builds up self-confidence more and more and becoming more overconfident going into the future. So there is a bunch of papers related to this self-attribution bias as well as overconfidence. And also Chatterjee and people study the narcissism of the CEO, which is distinct from overconfidence. Narcissism is about, just like Donald Trump, everything is about me. And then that's not helpful for the company, whereas overconfidence is helpful for the company in certain extent. And then the other traits of the CEO has been studied, like hobbies and experience of the CEOs. It has a lot to do with the person's risk-taking, risk preferences. And the next goes into the physical traits of the CEOs. And then physical and biological information is very meaningful. That's what I'm trying to say in this talk over here. The interdisciplinary research has been there, especially with the biology. We are all social scientists, right? Economists and then management scholars. We are trying to link our research to what has been found in medical studies and then something called neuroendocrinology over here. But before this, people have been studying about the basic features of the body, which is like a stature, how tall you are, right? And then people have been finding that the taller persons have more confidence in their social experiences. And then Graham and Harvey and Puri, they find that tall CEOs are more risk tolerant and deliver higher growth to the companies. And then the question becomes, what's next? Okay, some biological traits that are related to risk-taking. That is what we are interested in, because the corporation life is about endless chain of risk-taking decisions. So risk preference of the CEOs, can we capture it through their biological data that we can observe? There comes my quiz like this. So first question is the biological traits, right? It has to do with this statue called the charging bull, right? This is a symbol of Wall Street. And then what is the most popular part of the statue that people want to touch? It's just like a Mecca to the Muslim people. They want to go there. But for finance people, we want to go to this charging bull and want to touch something over there. What would be the most popular place to touch? And you may guess some other places like the horns or the noses, but I say the balls is one of the most popular place that people try to touch. Why the balls, right? If you think I am a kind of weird professor, but here is a news article that confirms my claim. So tourists love to rub the bronze balls of Wall Street's charging bull statue. Why? And then they find that there is a myth that it gives you good luck, right? Good luck. But good luck doesn't come for free. You get good luck only when you take the risk. Okay, taking risk, that opens up a chance for you, either good or bad. Okay, if you don't take a chance, no chance for good luck. And then why the balls? Well, it has to do with that place that generates those hormone called testosterone. It's called testicles in Greek language. And then it has to do with your risk-taking behavior. Of course, both men and women have testosterone hormone, the risk-taking hormone, right? But men have more testosterone. It's sexually dimorphic. It makes person to be more like male. That's why this part is, very symbolic over there. And then has to do with the masculinity, and it has a lot to do with the risk-taking. So testosterone and risk-taking has been studied a lot by Nadler et al. And then many other people. They find that the traders with testosterone treatment were trading more frequently and called for prices significantly higher than true value and made the stock price more volatile in their studies. And then Henry Cronquist has a lot of papers related to this. And then in this paper, they study the fraternal twins, girl-girl twins and girl-boy twins. And if you think about the girls over here, girl and girl in A and B, The girl in B would have more exposure to testosterone because she has a boy sibling in that same womb during the prenatal stage. So that the girl like B, after born, throughout their lives, they are more likely to participate in stock market. That's what they find compared to the girls in A pair. That's a testosterone impact. And testosterone and risk-taking has been studied by Cambridge professor John Coates, ex-Goldman Sachs trader, and then he studied with his trader friend back in Goldman Sachs, London. And what they find is that, the finger tells you about your testosterone level. Your fourth digit finger relative to second digit finger, if this guy is longer, that means your mom had a lot more testosterone when you were in the womb of her, right? When you were in the fetus stage. So throughout the lives, you are more likely to take risk and then succeed as a trader because you are taking more risk. That's their finding in PNAS top medical journals. And then testosterone, well, that's good, but how would you measure it for real world CEOs? And that in large number has been a big challenge. And the question becomes like this. Well, before we answer this, right, how do we measure testosterone level or proxy for the masculinity per se of the CEO? Let me ask you the next question. In the following picture, which is the most memorable part? Okay, I'll give you just one split second and think about what you remember most. Right?
Yes.
One split second and moving on. That was a picture I took one Sunday morning after receiving a lunch tray with a latte. And most of you will remember that human-faced shape of latte. And actually, that was French toast with a latte, but forget about the French toast. People pay natural attention more to the face-like features like that whenever you see it. Why? Because the brain has a special areas that recognizes faces, and that place is located deeper into the root of a brain, which has a lot more to do with your evolutionary process. Recognizing face is non-trivial issue, very important for our survival because we are social being. Our help, your help will come from your people that you know around, right? It matters a lot. The intuition from Chinese character human, run, right? It says two humans leaning against each other, mutual dependence. We are social being, right? In that respect, face is very important. So for persons, we try to extract information about the faces. And that the information that you extract from other people's faces, it is also informative. It's not in vain. That's what the Princeton psychologist Todorov find in his paper. The competence of the owner of the face, you can recognize the competence of the guy that you're looking at within a split second. And there was a test about it and then confirmed time and time again. And then not only the competence, but also the emotion. You want to extract those information so that you will be able to interact better. So we have tried to extract information from the face. And then also the evolutionary process has made us to be more trying to there is some more important information coming from the face. And then interdisciplinary approach over here naturally goes into the face research. So Hammermesh and Biddle American Economic Review paper, they study the beauty premium coming from the face information. And then most recently, Xie et al.'s top accounting journal paper, JAE, they look at the trustworthiness of the CFO's face picture. And they find that auditors charge 5.6% less audit fees to the firms with trustworthy looking CFOs as opposed to untrustworthy looking CFOs. How do you measure that trustworthiness? There, they borrow my technology partly, which is looking at the face, digitally analyze face features, and then essentially it's like a more trustworthy face looking, and as opposed to less trustworthy face looking, which is like this and that. And they can digitally capture the coordinates of these places called landmarks, and then they can calculate those things. And they find it is significantly related to the audit fees. Any facial information about the risk tolerance is my question in that sense. And there comes facial masculinity, okay? You know, in the chronology, they find that those guys with more facial width to height ratio, they are if you have more testosterone during your, especially your puberty, then you are more likely to have prominent cheekbones. It does not tell anything about the size of the face. I'm not talking about the big face, like 얼굴이 커요. It's like, no, I'm not talking about that. Even if you have a small face, the width of the face really matters. And there, the testosterone seems to be a driver. That's the message over here. There is a controversy. Of course, it is not fully settled yet, but a lot of research has been accumulating the evidence that this has to do with risk-taking behavior. And this kind of cheekbone prominence is well taken as a sign of being male bone in the anthropology. When you dig the hole, dig the ground and then find the skull, and then measure this width to height ratio. And then if it is wider, the anthropologists treat it, classify it as a male bone. More masculine-faced male are more likely to do aggressive behavior. The thing is, facial width to height ratio, what they find is that consistently, they find that these people are more aggressive physically, and then shows more egocentrism, and then being more seeking social dominance. The prominent thing that I want to highlight is that achievement drive. These guys with wider face, they are more seeking social dominance so that they want to take up the top position compared to other guys, right? You want to be dominant figure in whatever setting. That's the drive of these guys. We can measure it through facial width to height ratio. Typical masculine faced guy, Mike Tyson, you see it over here. Yes, you see the rectangle. The issue is about how flat is this thing, right? This is very masculine face. You remember, heavyweight world champion, as opposed to Justin Bieber, okay? You see the rectangle is not that much flat. When it comes to CEO's facial masculinity, perhaps Jack Ma is one of the most prominent guy. Think about the social ladder that he had to go up from nowhere in China, in rural place as an English teacher, to be the CEO of the top or biggest e-commerce company, Alibaba, right? That is a driver. And then the driver to achieve social dominance, and that shows up in his face. That's what we care about. And in our research, how to measure this, the facial width to height ratio is this distance. This is the width. This is Google CEO, by the way. And then the height is from this to this. The lips, upper lip, to the center of your eyebrows over here, okay? It's not about this bigness, right? This mass, but this ratio. So recent development, right? There is a mixed evidence. I have to recognize it. It's FWHR is not, some people find that this facial width to height ratio is not affected by pubertal testosterone in some research, but they still find association between this testosterone and the width to height ratio once you control for ages. And then Jia et al., right? Van Lent and Song has a top journal accounting paper in 2014 using this facial width to height ratio. They also recognize the limitation that it is not fully settled in the literature that this width to height ratio is really driven by the testosterone, but it is, they say like this: while the mechanism linking facial features to masculine behavior are not yet fully understood, it remains subject to debate. The literature proposes that an individual's facial features can be used as a biological marker of masculine behavior. And what is more, hormones are also social and are more often studied as outcome variables to examine how they respond to social context. Nevertheless, the evidence that documents an association between facial masculinity and masculine behavior is strong, and they rely on it for their empirical strategy to examine the association between CEOs' facial shape and accounting misreporting. And we are following the same spirit, okay? And then the recent development in neuroendocrinology, still facial masculinity evidence has been accumulating. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. And then here, what I show you in the x-axis is the quintile of facial masculinity. So the one shows most feminine, Justin Bieber-like faces of the CEO. And then the 4 is Mike Tyson kind of, or Jack Ma kind of faces. A quarter, a quarter, a quarter, like that, okay? Quarter split. And then what you see on the vertical axis is the log of total asset, the company size. The idea is more masculine faced CEOs manage bigger companies. Remember, this facial masculinity has to do with the social dominance. How do you become more socially dominant figure? By managing bigger companies. And then the US CEO, out of 1,400 companies, I find this result. And then Elaine Wang and Ormiston had a breakthrough paper, seminal paper about this relation. Not only socially dominant, but how do we try to become socially not dominant? By delivering better accounting performance, ROA. So more masculine faced CEOs deliver higher return on asset, better performance, okay? Shows a lot about achievement drive they have. But it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost. What you see is here, you see Ya Changzheng. She has a paper at Journal of Accounting Research, and their paper look at the dark side of this masculine-faced CEOs. Because achieving ROA, better ROA, you may be too much short-term oriented, and then even to the degree of manipulating your earnings report, right? Financial reporting. Consequently, you are more likely to get caught by the regulators and restate the accounting statements. And what you see on your vertical axis is the probability of getting, probability of restating the accounting reports. And more masculine-faced CEOs, they are more likely to restate their accounting, and then there's more risk. So higher ROA, better performance comes at a cost like this. So it's a double-edged sword. And then there comes my paper and European financial management. That was about masculine CEOs, their M&A activities, right? They are trying to be more socially dominant by acquiring other companies and spending more money, and then acquiring higher, the bigger companies, bigger targets. That's what we find. But the technological innovation in that paper was about bringing those machine measured facial width to height ratio. Because previously, researchers, we've been hiring the human RAs to measure these face pictures to pinpoint and then count the pixels, right? Using the software. But the trouble is, what if the hand trembles, right? So that the measurement error could be big. There we utilize the Python coding. There we recognize there's a facial, the software that generates average pictures of many different persons. We intercept those algorithms, and then in the way we capture for each inputted face pictures, we find out the landmarks like this, and then those landmark addresses are there and coordinates are there, so that we are able to calculate the facial width to height ratio. What you see over here is the average face picture of the Korean CEOs, 1,500 or something, and then like this, right? So there's no human error in measuring those facial width to height ratio. So that's the innovation that we bring. And here are some of the famous CEOs in Korea. And then the other papers about these, they're extending into trustworthiness measure. They use similar technology. The applying those addresses of different landmarks like this. So you can measure your facial masculinity in my web page like this. Then about this literature, right? There are some FAQs. So first FAQ is like, how about female CEOs? I wish we could study female CEOs as well, but the FWHR and risk relation has been found only for male population in the literature. That's the first reason we have to focus on male. Nothing to do with, we have no intention to discriminate against male versus female or things like that. But the literature has been that way. Number two, 95% of CEOs in the US are male. And then the Jennifer Lerner of Harvard School, Kennedy School, she points out this, and she says the differences between male and female on wide variety of things are smaller than the differences within males and within females. So studying about the variation within male population is already good enough to have some implication for the female population later on. So that's answer to the first FAQs. And the second FAQ is that you said FWHR is like masculinity, and then the guys are more overconfident than girls. So does that FWHR means overconfidence? Is it the same thing? But my answer is no. Many papers fail to find correlation between these two variables, right? That's an interesting part, and that gives us a reason why we need to study FWHR as in addition to overconfidence. Seems like we are looking at a different dimension. And if you look at Mike Tyson's case, he once bit his opponent's ears during a match. If Mike Tyson, the masculine-faced guy, is overconfident, why would he bite it, right? The thing is, it seems like Tyson hates losing so much, so that he was aggressively biting off the opponents. The aggression comes in, has nothing to do with overconfidence.
Excuse me, Professor Enikim.
FAQ 3 is confounding facial cues in the picture. People ask me, is this actually due to other facial cues captured in the photograph of the CEOs, like boldness or facial expression or that kind of things? It's a valid question, but to the extent that Microsoft Face Azure can capture these information, we find the answer to be negative. For example, 3 CEO pictures are here, and I throw it into our algorithm. It captures the visual age, how young or old you look like, right, in this picture. And gender, fear, sadness, disgust, all these kind of expression, the emotion is captured. And then whether you have glasses or not, and bold or not, the probability of being bold, right, is shown over here. We control for all these things, and the result of FWHR does not go away, okay? So that's pretty robust results that we find, okay? Already 4 o'clock, so I have to ask, so
excuse me, Prof. Enikim?
I have about 10 minutes from now, is that right?
Okay.
So I will wrap up my discussion within 5 minutes, and then go to the Q&A. So my message is that it is a double-edged sword, being a masculine-faced, right? It has very high achievement drive, and then that can benefit the companies. If you are a good salesperson, right, you have to expand it. And then unintended consequence is also there. If you go to the extreme and go wild, you may be, breaking the laws and then things like that. That's a bad thing. So there is a double-edged sword, and how can we harness that power is an important question. And there, I have 2 papers that I want to highlight, which is about this strategic alliance formation. And then the second thing is corporate fraud and ESG. The second paper is about harnessing. The first paper is about the positive side of having masculine-faced CEOs. And the idea, right here, the first paper is with Ribuga Kang at CUHK and Jingu Kang at NTU in Singapore. And then the idea is about the strategic alliance formation. As a CEO, you need to form a strategic alliance many times, but how more forthcoming you are or aggressively reaching out to longer distance is an idea over here. Why would you look for a more distanced company as a partner? Because you can be exposed to very new ideas and then get exposed to new opportunities, as opposed to forming alliance with the close partners only, right? You can have better opportunity maybe. Also at the same time, it may be risky as well. It's the partner, potential partners is in the darkness. What you see in this diagram is the social network of a company, focal company, with potential partners like this. So the idea is that more masculine-faced CEOs, they are, other things being equal, they form partners with more distant partners. You can think about this guy as good salesperson, reaching out to new customer, like that. You need this kind of guys when you are in companies in deep trouble like that. So that's one paper what we are studying, and we find that it is the case that these guys are reaching out to a new partner, distant partner, more actively, and especially when the partner is a big guy. You want to write paper together with the big shot, right? That's masculine-faced behavior. And then that's equivalent behavior of the CEOs. And then more network central guys. And then especially when your performance itself is bad because you are depressed and you want to deliver something out of it, okay? You have to overcome the difficulty right away. You are in a lower social status with the difficult troubles, but the way to get out of this trouble is by allying with bigger guys. That's the idea of this paper. The second paper, we look at the ESG, and then corporate fraud in Korean data. And then as Jia, Van Lent, and Tsung's paper, the masculine-faced guys may commit more wrongdoings and in a way of achieving social dominance in the short run, right? So that if you look at Korean companies, we find that these masculine-faced CEOs are more likely to be involved with corporate fraud, embezzlement, and this kind of things. And one more thing that I want to highlight is that the facial cues. Samsung Group's founders have been using these face readers when they were recruiting new guys in the employees. And physiognomy is a non-trivial issue over here. And then what we find the more interesting thing is the stronger companies in corporate governance, right? ESG, right? The ESG-centric companies seem to have a better control over this wide-faced or more masculine-faced guys. And they are better at harnessing this power. So that's a positive side. The typical question about this literature is that, okay, masculine-faced guys have that kind of aggressiveness, so what? Okay, but this paper gives an answer to this kind of question. Okay, so better corporate governance and then ESG matters a lot, and then it helps us to harness this power. That's our finding. And then the third thing is a case study. I just want to spend 1 minute about it. Here is a Goldman Sachs trader. If you remember 2010, there was a hearing in the US Senate about Goldman Sachs wrongdoing, their email after selling CDO products. Nobody can interpret this product and value this one. And then they sold $600 million worth of CDOs to their clients. And then afterwards, somebody emailed, like internally, they said, boy, that Timberwolf was one shitty deal. And then the US Senator, Carl Levin, picked up this email and said, what? Where is your ethics? You sold the shit to your clients and say like this internally? Where is your ethics? And then the Goldman representative was there. Unfortunately, he said, that was not me, sir. What? That is my predecessor called Tom Montag. He had left. Then the question becomes, who is Tom Montag? What is facial masculinity? Where did he go? How is he doing now? Okay, has a lot to do with our financial risk of the system, right? And Tom Montag, obviously, this is the guy, Real McCoy, very masculine faced, and then more than one standard deviation away from the mean, above the mean of US CEOs. And he left Goldman in December 2007 and was scouted as the head of global sales and trading in Merrill Lynch. In the next year, his boss, John Tain, was fired after being acquired at Bank of America due to the loss of his division. But this guy survived in that same company and thrived and became number 2. Okay, grew up to be number 2 in COO by now. And his salary and the compensation is bigger than the CEO. It turns out he's a very strong salesman, sales and trading. So what I say is that, well, that facial masculinity seems to do a lot with this being a good salesperson. That's why this is a double-edged sword, and we cannot say this is bad or good. How to harness this power is a question, and ESG comes there. So that's my primary message. And thank you very much for listening to my talk again. Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Time is up.
Professor Kim, please give applause for the Professor Andy Kim. It is really great talk. And we have got a lot of good insight. The question session will be opened after the second keynote speakers. So after this will be Professor Elvira Sojuli. Okay, is it okay, Prof. Kim? The Q&A will be open after the second speaker of this session.
We have second keynote speaker, Prof. Kim. So the question will be delivered after the second talk.
Hello.
Okay, so we have Prof. Elvira Sojuli PhD here. Hello, Prof. Elvira. Can you?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Prof. Elvira. Can you hear my voice? Okay.
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Hello. Nice to meet you, Prof. Elvira. Actually, we have met in the last ICEBUSS, right? Yeah, and we are very lucky here to have you in this international seminar. Thank you very much. Before I explain Prof. Elvira bio, please read the bio presented in the online Indonesian publisher, as we can read it on the screen. Okay, I'm sorry. Elvira is an associate professor of finance and scientific fellow in the School of Banking and Finance, the University of Minnesota. Her work tries to understand the role of the determinant of women participation in innovation. Has focused on the international finance and market microstructure. We have a very long competence here, so I will read it for you. Elvira was also associate professor at the Rotterdam School of Management, Erasmus University, from 2008 until 2016. And then she was a Marie Curie Research Fellow for the period from 2009 until 2011, and a Research Fellow at the Duisenberg School of Finance from 2010 until 2014. Her work has been published in many top finance and economic journals and has been presented in many conferences such as AEA, AEFA, WEFA, EFA, and many other conferences. I can mention it. She has visited for extended periods on Hess School of Business, UC Berkeley, Jones Graduate School of Business, Rice University, and the National University of Singapore. And she was also had experience as the head of the Digital Finance Group at the CMCRC from 2017 until 2019. Prof. Elvira has got her PhD and MS Magister Science from Warwick Business School, University of Warwick, and Bachelor from London School of Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Elvira Sauji. This time is yours, Prof. Elvira. Time is yours, please.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, and thank you for the very kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here again. I remember extremely fondly my time in Malang a couple of years ago. I really enjoy meeting all your colleagues, and I look forward to being able to do this again sometime in the future. So today I'm going to present something that is quite related to actually what I observed in when I was in Indonesia, Jakarta and Malang. The University of Malang was telling me that actually it takes them about an hour to get to the university and then another to get back home. At least this is what I remember from Rama. So what I'm going to address here is actually trying to understand how it is possible for us to evaluate commute time and how commute time actually affects how many hours we spend at work. So as we know, time is the most expensive and important commodity for an individual. And really, it has become much more expensive as wage rates have increased and GDP per capita has increased. Why is that? Well, that is because every extra hour that we spend not working means that is an hour we are not earning that amount of money. So the opportunity cost of each unit of time not spent working has increased substantially. Okay, but the numbers of hours in a day have remained constant. Now, how do we value time? There is actually a large literature from the early 2000s until recently that actually finds that the value of time as a percentage of hourly earnings has increased by more than 50%. Now, our question is slightly different. We are not necessarily only interested in the value of working time. We are interested in the elasticity of the working time to travel time. So we use the largest administrative data set on individual travel patterns to actually analyze the relation between commute and work time in Singapore. This relation is really large and positive. A 1 minute delay in travel causes an extra minute of work. So that means that if Rama takes 1.5 hours to get to work instead of an hour, she will actually work 30 extra minutes in addition to those 8 hours of work that she initially intended. We provide evidence of strong time series and cross-sectional variation in this relationship. Now, in general, we find that this relationship is driven by individuals working in the non-manufacturing industry, meaning people that are in the service industry in general. And the reason in these, that this relation is actually positive in these non-manufacturing industries is that getting work done and aligning appointments with clients becomes very difficult once the timing has actually been shifted or messed up by the travel delay, because you need to coordinate time among people. We also show that survey data in general suffers from strong recollection bias. So why should anybody care about what we're doing? Well, one of the main helps to get answers on other related questions of how much leisure or home production time is valued in comparison to working time, as one could think of travel time as some form of either leisure or home production time. Now, there are older models all the way back in the 1980s, which is textbook models, that assume that the number of work hours is actually chosen optimally given a commuting distance. So that means that the labor supply is optimally chosen every single day. Furthermore, there is even older theory all the way to Becker that actually suggests that individuals account for commuting time as part of their working time. So when Rama travels to work, she cycles on a motorcycle. Many people in Indonesia go to work on a motorcycle. However, there are people like me who take the bus to go to the Sydney CBD. So in that bus time, or other people that take the train to work, in that train time can actually do work. They will answer emails on their phone, they may be reading a research article, they are actually reading news that are related to work, or they may be calling clients, answering text messages, and so on. So for people that don't actively drive or don't actively take part in the commuting process, they can actually work while they're moving from home to work. So that can be part of working time. But the opposite may be true too, because there are people that actually cycle or use a motorcycle or walk, and that is hardly usable as working time. So if we believe these models by Becker and Kogan, then as commute time increases, individuals will spend less time at work. Now we know that the average commute time has increased by 20% in recent years across countries. So then what we do is we use two methods and two sets of data to actually analyze this relationship between commute time and how many hours people work in a day. The first set of data that we use is this household interviews for travel survey, which is very similar to the ATUS survey, but it's only related to travel. The government of Singapore actually conducts this survey, and the survey is very well attended in the sense that the government makes sure that whoever has been randomly selected to answer the survey will answer the survey. So this survey combines information on activity and mobility for a typical weekday for an individual in 3 ways: in 2002, 2008, and 2012. Interviewees are required to provide at least 14 days of collected data, and interviewees provide household and individual information, as well as their means of transport, the time that they spend on transport, the length of the time on transport, and the purpose of travel. Now, unfortunately, they do not provide an answer to questions related to what did they do at the purpose of the destination, and how much time they spent at the purpose of destination. So we will know that person one took the bus to get to National University of Singapore, but we will not know how long this person spent at National University of Singapore. Now, the individuals interviewed are randomly selected to be fully representative of the population mix in each block, that means in each area in Singapore. Now, is this sample representative? The sample of the data from the public transport? The simple answer to this question is yes. So since 1975 and the vehicle quota scheme to basically overcome space constraints. So that means that Singapore has the highest cost of owning a car in the world, and the majority of Singaporean workforce, whether you're rich or poor, actually commute to work using public transport because the government makes it very expensive for you to drive to work. Now, if you don't have to take my word for it, but looking at the survey data that we use from the IHT survey, what we find is that if we group individuals by income group, as I show here, then 50% or more in each income group actually use some form of public transport, be it metro or light rail or bus. Okay. Now there is a bit of a less populated group, which is those that earn more than $8,000, less $8,000 a month, but they are also a super small proportion of the population. Now, so which kinds of public transport do people use? Actually, the majority of the population uses MRT, which is a mass transport. And then the rest use public bus or light rail. Now, this survey gives us the perceived travel time. In the columns that I have here in 2004, in 2008, and in 2012, what I represent is what people say is their average commute time. Okay. Now, there are a few interesting things that come out of this survey. The first is that people, on average, take about 20-something minutes on MRT, which is the underground, about 18 minutes on bus, and about 8 minutes on light rail. Now, in addition to that, the rest of the transport methods, so taxi, cars, and so on, actually all take generally longer than public transport. The other thing that comes out of the survey is that when you look at people that are taking the same mean of transport, so people that are taking a car, then the car driver and the car passenger recall a different time length of the trip. So the car driver thinks, in general, that the trip is longer than the passenger thinks. In addition, we look at the same relationship for motorcycle drivers or for van and truck drivers. In all circumstances, the driver always thinks that the passenger, that the length of the trip was longer than what the passenger thinks. Now, this is an interesting finding because what it tells us is that when we do surveys and we ask people in surveys about commute time, what we're going to get is somewhat of an upward bias if the person that is filling the survey is actually the person that is driving, because that it takes from A to B. Okay, so basically passengers substantially underestimate the length of travel by about 20%, and basically the drivers are the ones that think that the travel is longer. Now, we have this administrative data which is linked to the travel pass called EasyLink card. And all travel by public transport at the individual level, we have the card ID and also the journey ID. So we will know that person one started his or her journey at point A, and then entered the MRT station at point A, got out of the MRT station, took a bus, and finished the trip at point C. Okay, or person two took the light rail from point A, dropped off the light rail at point B, and took the bus to get to the MRT station at point C, got off the bus, took the MRT, and then reached the final destination. So these will be classified as just one whole journey. We have about 6 million electronic travel cards and over 500 million journeys over the period of August to October 2012. In the mode of transport, we know whether it's bus, LRT, or MRT. We know the service number of the transport. We know the boarding and alighting station numbers. We also know the ride start and end date, time, distance for every ride. So what does this data allow us to map? So this data first allows us to map each individual person to the average block characteristics from the HIT survey. It also allows us to map the data to the weather at the boarding and alighting stations within 30 minutes. And we can use the building type within this postal code to actually understand whether this is a residential, commercial, or industrial building. Okay, so I need to give you some definitions of the things that we're looking at. So how do we are never told whether a particular location where the trip starts is actually the home of someone or it's actually the workplace. This we identify from the data. And the way that we do so is by assuming that the place where you start your journey at the beginning of the day, every day, and you end your journey at the end of the day, every day, is going to be your home. Yes. I hear somebody wants to intervene or say something. Okay. Then we use the destination of the first trip after people leave home and basically leave the location after a long break as the work location. Okay. So basically, what does it mean? It means that if person one left home, or the designated location as home, and basically moved through MRT an hours later, from the location it reached the first time, gets on the bus, and then makes a journey home, the second location is going to be their work. So this now gives us a very precise estimation of travel time. We can also measure travel delay due to traffic, congestion, or MRT breakdowns. So we have exogenous shocks to travel, time within an individual while traveling to work. Now, what we can't measure very precisely is working time, because what we know is that person one took the metro from Orchard to Hauptstadt, and then took the bus that stops at National University of Singapore. And then we know that 9 hours later, this person took the bus from National University of Singapore and went to the metro in Hauptstadt and then went back to Orchard, 9 hours. But we don't really know what they did in these 9 hours. They could be working, but they could be drinking coffee all day long, okay? So that's one thing. And we also have some measurement there in the sense that the bus leaves you close enough to National University of Singapore, but you still have to walk another 5 minutes to get to the university. So not all that time between your last bus stop and your workplace is actually working time, okay? The good news on this side is that this is fixed within individual, because the bus will always leave you at the same bus stop at National University of Singapore. So the distance between when you end your travel and where you start your work is going to be fixed. Okay. Now we also keep only individuals that has to commute 25 or more days to designated work locations in the sample to be included in our analysis. So, you know, there are 6 million cards and these cards don't have names. So we don't know whether this card belongs to me, who is a tourist and is just going to have fun in Singapore, or it actually belongs to someone who lives there. So we only keep people that make this journey from what we have designated as home and work every day for 25 days minimum. Okay, so in this way, we actually eliminate any individuals that are there for short periods of time and are unrelated to the workforce in Singapore. We do know seniors and students, but we don't use this category of people. We exclude those from the data. All right, so what does the data tell us? The data tell us that the average working time of the Singaporean is about 10 hours. The average travel time is about 30 minutes. And we also know that from our survey data, when we map the survey data into this easy link information, the average income is about $3,000, okay, which is actually in line with what is the average income in Singapore. Now, the first natural question to ask is, well, not everybody goes to work all the time. And Andy here has worked and lived in Singapore, and he knows what it means when it pours down. So the average, so for example, if there is a lot of rain, people may choose to not go to work. Or people may choose to not take the bus on certain days, or may choose to take a taxi and so on. Or they may choose not to work on particular days of the week. So then what we do is that we actually look at the extensive margin. So what affects the commuting to work or choosing to commute to work? So the dependent variable is a dummy variable equal to 1 if you're commuting and 0 otherwise, because we know the days when people are not commuting. And it looks like there is a marginally very small a negative effect. So people travel less to work when there is longer rain duration. People also sometimes choose to not go to work on Fridays. But given the size of our data, which is in the millions of observations, what we can say is that these effects are really marginal because they are highly, they're statistically significant really at the margin. So what we can say is that on average, most Singaporeans actually do not really make use of the flexibility of not going to work. More or less everybody just goes to work. And this does not seem to be affected by particular days of the week and or other conditions around. Now, bear in mind that the standard errors here are clustered at the individual and the time level. So basically, we have sucked up a lot of the variation in the standard errors. Okay, so then what is the elasticity of travel and working time? So basically, we run a regression with individual fixed effects and time fixed effects, and we double cluster our standard errors. The fact that we use individual fixed effects and time fixed effects tells us that what we are picking up is how much an individual is actually increasing their working time when variation. And assuming that the individual is taking the same actions every day, the only reason why they would increase their working time when their travel time increases is because their travel time has increased, okay? Because we're keeping everything else fixed within the individual. And what we find is that for every minute extra of travel time, people work an extra minute. So not only they work their 10-hour shift or then 10-hour expected working time, but they work 1 minute more. So if their average travel is 30 minutes and it took them an hour to get to work, that means that that day they don't work 10 hours like they would on average, but they actually work 10 and a half hours. Okay, so they overcompensate for their lateness to work. And we also control here for the fact that this may be driven by peak hour travel, right? The people are actually getting to work during peak hour, okay? And it's not, the results are actually not driven by peak hour travel and or any other control variables. So we also control for other things like people that go to work early. Because when you're going to work early or earlier than your average working time, that means that you're wanted to get there early because you have work to do, okay? So in those circumstances, when people actually, in this line here, when people start more than 5 minutes early from their usual time, so when people actually start 30 minutes early, then their travel delay costs them even more time, okay? So what this is telling us is that those that intended to be there early and get delayed actually really wanted to be early because they had a lot of work to do. And so they overcompensate even more. Now, the opposite happens with people that start late. So most people go late to work because they didn't intend to go on time, or they intended to go late because most likely they don't have much to do. So for those people, it doesn't really matter. actually delay in traffic makes them work even less than before. So they don't tend to overcompensate. Now, I will do some, we do a lot of robustness in the paper, and we basically look at a falsification test. So we try to we actually run an analysis on variables that are uncorrelated with each other. We do IV regression using weather as the IV instrument of interest, as weather in Singapore is unpredictable and generally unrelated to people's workload, but definitely affects traffic. We look at people that serially are delayed. So people that tend to be delayed on a regular basis separately, and the analysis is the same, the results of the analysis are the same. And we also look at some mechanical relations due to people that either start late or may start early. In all of this analysis, we can actually reject all these possible additional hypotheses. Okay, so now what are possible explanations for what we find? There are three plausible explanations that we can think of, but there are possibly more. So we're happy to hear if you have any ideas on additional explanations that one may have. So for example, first, people just get really frustrated by traveling to work. And they are at work and it just takes them a long time to get things done on that particular day. The other possible explanation is that, I mean, there are days in which they are delayed by traffic, but they really end up working longer, not because they were delayed from their travel, but because there was some adverse weather at the workplace, so they really couldn't leave work on time. The third one is that longer travel time basically negatively affects productivity within a team or a group of workers. So we look into all these three hypotheses. And what we find is that, for example, looking at the second one, which is the heavy rain hypothesis, what we find is that heavy rain at the location where the individual is actually traveling to work does not affect that all these coefficients that are related to heavy rain, either on its own or how it affects travel, are actually not correlated with each other. Now, the interesting coefficient here is the one that is related to industry. So if one is working in an industrial park, which means that they are in the manufacturing industry, then the travel delay is actually smaller and shorter. Okay. Again, these are all within individual variations. We don't have, we basically eliminate anything that is outside of the individual variation. So let's look at the manufacturing effect a little bit more closely. So what we look at here is, so basically in the previous slide, we can see that people that work in the manufacturing industry, and the way that we get to this is by using the postcode of where the person works, and then we map that with the data on whether that particular location is an industrial park or is actually a mall or is it a residential area. So now to dig deeper into this and to try to understand what it is that makes certain industries more positive or more negative is we look at we use the information from the survey data. Okay, and from the survey data, what we do is we regress our coefficient of interest here, so our travel time coefficient. So we use the cross-sectional variation and the travel time coefficient at the top to actually to actually try to understand what explains this cross-sectional variation. And what we find is that people that have larger families tend to work longer. People of particular backgrounds in general tend to work a little bit longer or less long. So basically their coefficient is more effective or less. But the most important coefficient here is this one here. So people that a higher percentage of people in manufacturing means that this coefficient of elasticity becomes smaller. And if they are in an industry complex or compound, it is even smaller. It actually becomes negative. It's completely the opposite. So basically what this means is that it is the result that we find, and the fact that people tend to overcompensate for their travel time when they're at work is actually related to people in the service industry. And this is very easy to understand intuitively if you think a little bit about it. So for example, you're a hairdresser and you go to work and you ended up going 15 minutes late. You missed your first appointment. What happens? Well, either in the best case scenario is that you just end up shifting everyone by 15 minutes. But say that the second person cannot really wait those extra 15 minutes. So then this person says, I will just come back at the end of the day. So that means that you'll just have to be around for longer. If you are in a consulting business, again, you ended up late, the team was there, but you were not there, so you couldn't have the meeting. Now you'll need to rearrange the same meeting at a time that is convenient for everyone who was supposed to be there. So that means that the time gets shifted. So it is quite natural to actually understand the direction of this coefficient and the magnitude of the coefficient, given how much service-based the Singapore economy is, and also the fact that within the service industry, the effect of one small delay by one person can get compounded by the fact that a lot of other people get affected by one person being late. And a lot of calendars will have to be reorganized so that all the meetings or all the participants actually are available at a particular time. So overall, what we find is that working time elasticity to commute time is very large and positive. Individuals overcompensate for their travel delay. This extra working time is not remunerated, so nobody pays you extra. Nobody pays you extra if you stay at work longer. Results are generally concentrated in the service industry jobs. It is likely that this relation will become even stronger with time as we're shifting more towards the service industry. We actually need now to rethink the theoretical assumptions that commute time is either not related to travel time at the best of times, or it's actually negatively related, because the evidence that we provide is that the relationship between working time and commute time is robustly positive. And this concludes my presentation. I'm very happy to take any questions and or comments that you may have. I made up some time from Andy's presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Elvira. Very interesting topics about travel, commute time and labor supply. For the next session is discussion.
Yeah. We will have a question and answer sessions. Okay. Of course, we are very lucky to have both of you, Professor Andy Kim and Professor Elvira Chojli. As my dean, Ms. Nodiana said that mostly the keynote speakers who invited in the ICEBUSS are celebrity researchers, and means they are very really well known all over the world in the field of economics and business. So you are lucky to have both the speakers. Yeah. Okay. There are some questions from the audience. Okay, the first is for Professor Andy Kim. Okay, this is the question from Dadang Krisdanto. Okay, hello, Professor Kim. Could you hear us, Prof. Kim? Okay.
Hi, I'm back.
Yeah. So now I can hear your voice.
Hear you.
Could you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Sure, very clear.
I'm here, but I'm still here, and I am looking at the chatting window. So in case you have any questions, you can ask me over here.
Okay.
By the way,
I'll send you.
Sorry, Elvira, for I have been going over time by some kind of
That's okay,
mistake,
no worries.
misunderstanding. But
Lovely to see you, Andy. It's been a long time.
Okay, I have sent the question for you, Professor Kim. Okay. And while Professor Kim preparing for the answer, let us read the next question for Prof. Elvira.
Oh yeah. We have also some question to Prof. Elvira from audience here. Let me read it for them. The question number 1 is about you have correlating travel. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Commute time and labor supply. This is question from Dewi Dia. She asked for how can we separate working time from not working time, because sometimes while we are in travel time, while we are in a car or in public transportation, we are still doing our job, like reading our student article or answering a problem from our student and so on. The question is how we can make it spirit fixedly between working time or not working time in when we are in public transportation. That is the question. Can you get it, Prof. Elvira?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question, and I fully agree with you. And the reason why literature and theory tells us that the relationship between commute time and working time should be negative is that while people are traveling, they are actually working. So that means that travel time is part of working time. However, I agree with you that in this study we cannot measure it, but what we know is that at least the analysis that we do is at the within individual level. So we take into account the fact that the behavior of the individual is going to be the same every day when they go to work, and we just put it in the basket and just leave it there. There's nothing we can do about it. Now, as the colleague has pointed out, if she were right, that means that the relationship should be negative, and it's not. It's actually positive. So that is very surprising, and that's why this study is actually quite interesting on its own. So nobody expected this relationship to be positive because of the reasons that she has also mentioned. With this data, there's nothing we can do, and I think nobody can do anything other than use survey data to do this kind of analysis where they can separate what people are doing when they are traveling and what they're doing when they're working at work. The problem is, as I pointed out at the beginning, that the surveys suffer from big recollection bias issues, and especially the fact that people that are passengers tend to underestimate their travel time. So then we cannot really use surveys as well. Plus, the kind of data that we have allow us the use of a very long sample that is population-wide. So now we understand the behavior of the whole population. And we have a long time period rather than be constrained by just 2 weeks behavior that is kept by a survey. So I agree that that's an issue, but to the extent that we look at the within individual variation, and the times when they end up traveling longer, that actually helps us to at least mitigate some of these issues about what are people doing when they're traveling.
Thank you very much, Prof. Elvira. Okay, another question to Prof. Kim, right?
Okay, hi Prof. Kim. Oh, okay, now we are waiting for Professor Kim to answer the questions.
Hello, Prof. Kim. Can you hear us, Prof. Kim?
I think Andy has written part of his answer.
So Professor Efran tells me to speak through this microphone and then answer the question by Professor Dadang Cristianto. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. The question was, thank you that you think you felt my article is interesting, by the way. And then it is combined the social science and biology. Furthermore, it's using upper echelon theory, as now its theory is used to explore a kind of leadership. And then my opinion to your research is as if to be a leader is a gift from the God, or is it right? Then my part of the answer is like, well, nature versus nurture, right, is a very interesting question, I think. A very interesting question. To what extent the leadership quality is determined by this nature, or in your words, the God, right? Or to what extent the leadership quality is determined by some nurture, education, or experience and learning, right? That is a very interesting question. We are still, we don't have good answer yet. Over the last century, I think the social science has been much more focused on the nurture part, and then try to ignore this nature part a lot more. The economics and all these kind of things is more about the incentive, how to incentivize the persons to work harder and exert their leadership and take the risk like this. But some part of it, right, is really coming from the nature, the genes and all these kind of things, right? And hormones and biological aspect of it. That has to be studied from now, I mean, a lot more. There are some people in Eurofinance studying that, but we need some more into that. So that's my personal opinion about it. And I like this area, by the way. Yeah.
Kim for the answer. And okay, because the time is over, I'm so sorry. Actually, there are a lot of questions to be discussed. Okay, maybe for you, you can comment on Professor Kim's YouTube channel. Okay, you can ask there, or you can contact Professor Elvira maybe in her personal email if she is available. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next will be. Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, the next will be the photo sessions and giving certificate, online certificate. So for the the Dean of Economics and Business Faculty, please to the stage. Okay. Okay, give applause. Okay, please give a big applause. Well, now, Prof. Kim, we are taking a picture with the Dean. So this is a virtual certificate, yeah. Okay, so now we are taking picture. One, two, three. Please give applause. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Kim. Okay, well, next, move to Prof. Elvira. Okay, giving certificate for Prof. Elvira Sojli, PhD from Australia. Okay, please give a big applause for Prof. Elvira Sojli. This is the second time we meet in the International Conference on Economic and Business and Social Science. Well, thank you. After this, it will be continued by a closing speech from the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business for the respectable Miss Diana SAMSE. Time is yours. Well, thank you very much for the attention from this second plenary session. Okay, we are very lucky to be the moderator from Prof. Elvira Sojli, PhD. It's been a great honor for us to accompany you. Sure. Okay.
Very lucky for us to be here to
Thank
hear
you for
your
having
very
me.
interesting article.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, thank you very much for Prof. Andy Kim, PhD from South Korea, who also give a great presentation today. Okay, it's been very memorable and very good insight, and it's new, yeah.
Sure.
Very new,
Very new.
Okay, very fresh.
It's a little bit shock for me actually because your topic is very
Outstanding.
unique.
Unique.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Sometimes we discussed that. Okay, how can like Prof. Elvira and Prof. Kim doing such kind of the research? Yeah. Okay.
I
Okay.
can imagine that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry for any mistakes or something less during the session. Hopefully we can meet again in the next international conference on economic, business, and social science. Well, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And we will give it back to
MC.
Mr. Hamid
Ahmad
Ali.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Irfan Effendi, SPD, MBD, and also Dr. Duyani Sudaryanti, MM. And you may come back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, the next is announcement for the best paper and also the best oral presenters. Please. Congratulations for the best paper and also the best oral presenters. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are in closing ceremony. This conference will be closed by the Dean of Economic and Business Faculty, University of Islam Malang. For Ms. Nurdiana, SA, MSE, stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Respectable keynote speaker of the Third International Conference on Economic and Business and Social Sciences, ICEBUSS, Professor Thomas Cemanur from Carroll School of Management, Boston College, USA, Professor Vikas Agarwal from JMAC Robinson College of Business, Georgia State University, USA, Associate Professor Andy Kim from SKK Business School Sangyeongwan University, Seoul, Korea, Associate Professor Elvira Soutri, the University of New South Wales Business School, Australia, respectable all co-host delegate from Indonesia, Brunei, Darussalam, Thailand, and Uzbekistan, respectable the conference committee, University Administrator, faculty member, and all participants from across Indonesia and overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to deliver our sincere appreciation to all presenters and participants who have joined this conference. We have learned a lot from the plenary session delivered by excellent keynote speakers from USA, South Korea, and Australia during the conference. We have developed our networking and collaboration with scholars across the nation and globe. I am sure that every presenter has presented such essential material to deepen our knowledge of economic, business, and social sciences. Therefore, I sincerely hope your presentation and discussion during the conference can contribute to developing the economic, social sciences, and technology for a better life in our own countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the process of this international conference, Business and Social Science, Economic, Business and Social Sciences 2021 is not over yet. We will send you an email regarding the opportunity of selected paper for international journal publication, Scopus and non-Scopus index. We will select the paper and send them to suitable journal. However, we cannot guarantee that the journal will publish your article because the journal themselves we decided the final decision. The waiting time will also be various from one journal to another. Therefore, we kindly ask for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, again, on behalf of the Fakulty of Economic and Business, Universitas Islam Malang, as the host of this international conference, we are very thankful for your participation in our third international conference, Economic, Business, and Social Sciences. We apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this online conference, and congratulations to those who received the Best Paper Award from the committee. We are looking forward to our next year, the fourth International Conference, Economic, Business, and Social Sciences 2022. And we hope all of us have continued good health and resilience in this pandemic situation. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, I officially close the third international conference on economic and business and social sciences 2021. Wawahul muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give a big applause for the Dean for the closing ceremony. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the Dean, Vice Deans of Economics and Business, all the teams of Faculty of Economic and Business, the Foundation of University of Islam Malang, Rectors, Vice Rectors of Unisma, and also for the distinguished speakers today, Professor Thomas Chumanur from Carroll School of Management, Boston University, United States of America, Professor Vikas Agarwal from J. Mac Robinson College University, Georgia University, United States of America, and then Professor Andy Kim from SKK Business School, South Korea, and also for Professor Elvira Sojili from Business School, University, New South Wales, Australia.
And also, we say thank you for the host of this conference, Economic and Business Faculty of University of Islam Malang, and also co-host. The first is Jakarta State University, second Faculty of Administrative Science of University of Islam Malang, Indonesia, and the third Islamic University of Lamongan, Indonesia, and University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, Brunei, Darussalam, Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, Uzbekistan, and the last Raja Mangala University of Technology, Krungthep, Thailand.
Well, thank you again for all participants and speakers of the day from United States, South Korea, Australia, Brunei Darussalam, Japan, Thailand, China, Uzbekistan, Indonesia, Brazil, and Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are, as a representative from the team, we are so sorry if from the first till the end there is any mistakes or technical problem. And hopefully we can meet again in the next agenda, in the International Conference on Economic and Business Faculty.
And also, okay, and also for closing this closing ceremony, we say Alhamdulillah together.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please could you please turn on your camera in the Zoom, then we can take picture together.
Okay, once more for the participants, please
turn on your video on Zoom.
Okay.
Because we will
take
picture together and say hi for everyone from the host and co-host of the day.
Bapak Ibu, silakan dihidupkan sebentar videonya karena kita akan mengambil gambar sebagai dokumentasi pada acara ICEBUSS yang ketiga. Baik, 1, 2, 3. Once more. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, give a big applause. Yang mana tepuk tangannya, teman-teman? Where is your applause? Thank you very much. We are very happy because we can successfully conduct this conference.
Yes.
Well, the last, my name is Erfan Effendi and
I'm Abdul Hamid Ali. And the last we say,
Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, we call all committee for